My name is Mehmet Kılıç, and it is my pleasure to be your host today. I'm the president of the Journalists and Writers Foundation, which is dedicated to the culture of peace, human rights, and sustainable development. The year 2020 is a historic time as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations and the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration on Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. It is also the 5th year of the adoption of the UN Global Agenda 2030. UNGA Conference 2020 aims to review the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. 21 high-level speakers from 11 different countries will discuss the progress made since the adoption of the UN SDGs in 2015. It is an opportunity for us to look back on the achievements and look forward to face the challenges. This conference is organized by 35 global partners from 24 countries, and I want to thank all of the organizations for their dedication and support to make this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to watch the introduction video of the UNGA Conference 2020.
UNGA Conference 2020, Transforming Our World, 5 years of action towards the SDGs, 23rd September 2020. The Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners welcome you all to the 5th annual UNGA Conference, which aims to contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This year's theme, Transforming Our World, 5 years of action towards the SDGs, aims to review the implementation progress of the Global Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Peace and Development, with its 17 goals and 169 targets. The UNGA Conference gathers diverse stakeholders, including UN member states, the private sector, and civil society organizations, to discuss the Global Agenda 2030 during the United Nations General Assembly. We believe that providing innovative solutions, developing effective strategies, and offering policy recommendations will advance sustainable peace and development worldwide. To transform our world, distinguished high-level speakers and panelists from different parts of the world will discuss, analyze, and evaluate 5 years of action towards the SDGs to assess the progress made in the last 5 years. Partnerships remains at the heart of successful implementation of the SDGs, and it can be achieved by mobilizing the private sector and engaging civil society organizations. Partnerships help share financial, natural, and human resources effectively for higher levels of outcome to make our world a better place for all in peace and harmony. Our commitment to inclusive, transformative, and achievable development strategy for humanity and the planet will also help achieve our joint mission of leaving no one behind. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed unprecedented global threats to social, economic, and environmental development that require all nations and peoples to work collectively and fight against the negative effects of any health crisis. Together, we can build strong institutions and resilient communities. The UNGA Conference 2020 focuses on 3 major areas: women empowerment and gender equality, SDG goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic, evolving social and economic development for sustainability. Panel 1 addresses women empowerment by focusing on SDG goal number 5, gender equality, and SDG goal number 10, reduced inequalities. Panel 2 undertakes a review of 5 years of action and progress made in implementing SDG goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Panel 3 discusses the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, with a particular focus on SDG number 3, good health and well-being, and SDG number 17, partnerships for the goals. The UNGA Conference will propose a framework for action for the next 10 years to improve local and national policies and practices based on the assessment of the progress made towards the achievement of the SDGs. The Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners remain committed in transforming our world through collaboration and partnerships for the goals.
UNGA conference gathers diverse stakeholders, including UN member states, the private sector, and civil society organizations, to discuss the Global Agenda 2030 during the UN General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have an amazing career diplomat, professor, and a peacemaker from Australia, who dedicated his life to ensure peace and access to justice for all globally. It is my distinct honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, Honorable Bob Carr, former Minister of Australia, to deliver his keynote speech.
My greetings from Sydney, Australia. We meet at a time of substantial global challenges, not least, in my view, if you'll allow me to share it with you, the challenge of global warming, which is confirming its reality year by year. And of course, that shapes the world we live in and the challenge of producing a world where there is peace, justice, and strong institutions. I want to home in on SDG number 16, which is about these challenges. But I wanted to start by saying that the leadership of the Secretary-General in drawing the world's attention to the persistent challenge of climate is very valid, because the problems we face in achieving peace, security, and robust institutions is all the greater given the difficulty the people of this planet have in surviving against sometimes catastrophically forceful changes in the way the natural world works. We've witnessed tragically a retreat of the civic space, where we thought people could operate independent of government and make criticisms and seek information and fight for their rights. For a lot of the world's people, for far too many, the opportunity of speaking out and advancing the frontiers of freedom, that's becoming restricted. And we need the views of global participants on the evidence of this. Is it in fact the case, as it seems to me, that this civic space is becoming restricted and is not being expanded? And if so, what are some of the answers? How can rulers facing what they believe are the great challenges of solving the problems they're forced to solve on behalf of their people be persuaded to stick to the norms of political contestability and pluralism, respecting the views of others and not persecuting people for holding dissident opinions? When our societies celebrate a dissident, instead of turning the forces of the state on him or her, they represent a great vote of confidence in our culture, in our civilization. And we need more leaders to see that and to be persuaded not to resort to the easier task of closing down dissonant voices, of limiting the room for difference, of not permitting people who think they're discriminated against or repressed to speak out and draw attention to their case. This has particular sensitivity to people already disadvantaged, in many cases women and girls, immigrants, including those who suddenly find themselves without and nationality, at loose in the world seeking a new home, and persons of colour, many times in the context of increasing conflicts and violence. We know that interstate conflict in the world has probably been reduced. And the wars most common these days are civil wars, wars that pitch families against families. We need views on how the world, how the international community can respond to that challenge, and how we can guide the participants towards peaceful solutions, the peaceful resolution of the issues that divide them. We need to talk up in defence of those who are now risking their lives seeking to give the public information. As a journalist myself, I feel particularly sensitive about how reporters are at risk in many jurisdictions from seeking just to do that, to find out information on behalf of their publics and to have that information published. Too many journalists are in prison. The UN has charted hundreds of cases where people have lost their freedom simply by attempting to exert their energies to obtain information that we all want access to, that we all think we're better off for knowing. Human rights defenders going into some of the riskier parts of the planet to take up the case of people who've been dispossessed and are at risk, they need our support as well. How do we give them that support? How do we deliver for them the guarantees they should have as people carrying on what we all see as a good fight? Agenda 2030 declared to leave no one behind and therefore advancing sustainable development through human rights was elevated as an essential process. Promotion and protection of civil, cultural, economic, political and social rights, all this seen as essential to mitigate the national and international crisis. Member states and national human rights organisations and civil society need to speak again about the integration of human rights to create peaceful and just and strong institutions. The great threat, let me return to my opening remarks, is the shift in the world's climate patterns and the destabilisation of all aspects of our interaction as human beings living together on the planet's surface. Promoting democratic values is integrally linked to SDG 16. The public should have confidence in the way its judicial systems, public ethics in public institutions work, play themselves out. Sadly, according to Freedom House, there are 14 consecutive years in which global freedoms have declined. And that undermines what we all need, and that is strong, respected global institutions. But the Freedom of the World 2020 challenged us by finding, and I quote, the unchecked brutality of autocratic regimes and the ethical decay of democratic powers are combining to make the world increasingly hostile to fresh demands for better governance, unquote. But it's that better governance that we need to achieve, we need to rally behind. And I ask you for your best thoughts on how we move forward this agenda of having the institutions we rely on work more effectively and avoid gradual erosion of authority and respect. Report 2019 reminded us that the UN recorded and verified a total of 397 additional killings of human rights defenders, journalists and trade unionists across what I think is a frightening total of 41 countries. So 41 countries out of the world's just over 190 are countries, are jurisdictions where these violations can occur. Member states and intergovernmental organisations have an obligation to protect the defenders and the reporters or the recorders of fundamental rights being undermined or corroded. Information is in fact vital. The world can't make the right decisions if denied access to information about the condition of life on the planet. So I want to encourage the panel's discussions and invite you to push the agenda, to push the frontier, so that we can see more clearly where we can protect those at risk and entrench more robustly their rights to the fair hearing, we think, which goes with being a human being on planet Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my distinct honor to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General of the Planning Institute from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service from the Republic of Jamaica.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. Today I will speak on the topic COVID-19 and beyond, perspectives from Jamaica's experience in integrating the SDGs in the implementation of Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan. I will be examining areas of progress, strengths and gaps, and share early insights on the way forward. Jamaica's motto is "Out of many, one people." This is representative of an approach to nation building that advances integration, equity, and inclusion as core principles in advancing a vision for not only Jamaica, one that connects us with our regional and global communities, and which culminated in the development and launch of the 21-year Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan, NDP, in 2009, Jamaica's first long-term national development plan. Vision 2030 Jamaica provides a roadmap and governance and institutional framework for the achievement of developed country status, a secure and prosperous future, and the realization of a vision, Jamaica, the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. It is geared towards the achievement of 4 synergistic and interdependent sustainable development goals, which cascade into 50 national outcomes. The roadmap for SDG implementation in Jamaica, which was approved by Cabinet in 2017, identifies Vision 2030 Jamaica and the Medium-Term Socio-Economic Policy Framework, MTF, the main mechanism for policy-based implementation of the long-term strategies of Vision 2030 Jamaica, as providing the framework and mechanisms for advancing the achievement of the SDGs. The roadmap was informed by stakeholder consultations and a rapid integrated assessment, RIA, in 2016 that determined Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs to be 91% aligned. Of note, Jamaica determined that, based on efforts to address gaps in alignment, estimates show the country to have exceeded 99% alignment in 2018. In the MTF, the SDGs have been aligned with the goals and outcomes of Vision 2030 Jamaica, and targets of the SDGs have been aligned with the medium-term strategic priorities. Jamaica's first voluntary national review report, 2018, comprised a report on action and performance based on this alignment of the SDGs with Vision 2030 Jamaica and integration in plan implementation. In alignment with the implementation framework of Vision 2030 Jamaica, the roadmap for SDG implementation prioritizes coordination, arrangements, and partnerships, capacity building in planning, monitoring and evaluation, data and statistics, development financing and other resourcing, and communications and advocacy, and states that implementation of Vision 2030 Jamaica can lead to the achievement of the SDGs. It presents recommendations towards supporting the enablement of existing strategies and programs to be integrated in policy bundles and serve as entry points that have accelerative effects. Prior to the onset of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19 global pandemic, Jamaica, in its pursuit of Vision 2030 Jamaica, had experienced mixed results over the first 11 years of plan implementation, with performance steadily advancing in some areas while slipping or remaining the same in others. Gains were made in human capital development, macroeconomic stability, and governance, among other areas, while challenges were experienced in such areas such as and security, environmental sustainability, and the rate of non-communicable diseases. The country recorded positive performance on key international governance indicators, such as voice and accountability and government effectiveness, and was ranked 6 out of 180 countries in the 2020 World Press Freedom Index. And the case clearance rate increased, owing to targeted efforts to improve access to court and other justice services. Continued focus was given to advancing women's empowerment and gender equality within the framework of the National Policy for Gender Equality, NPGE 2011, and alignment with the Beijing Platform. Communication and reporting on plan implementation and performance have been geared towards maximum reach and ease of access. Based on lessons learned, Jamaica has engaged systems and practices for improved coordination of the implementation of Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs towards improved development outcomes. These include full alignment of the MTF 2018 to 2021 with relevant SDGs and targets, strengthening the capacity of Vision 2030 Jamaica Secretariat for coordination and monitoring and evaluation regarding the integration of the SDGs in plan implementation, and the capacity of the SDG Secretariat for coordination of SDG implementation. Establishing a two-tiered stakeholder-driven governance mechanism, a core group and national oversight committee. Integrating the SDGs in partnership frameworks and institutional arrangements. Strengthening national capacity to report on the SDG indicators. Strengthening capacity for sustainable and adequate development financing, including innovative financing, and developing the systems and structures for a digital society and technology enablement. COVID-19 has demonstrated how quickly a development path can be challenged. From the PIOJ's preliminary review of the development targets under Vision 2030 Jamaica, it is anticipated that based on projections for the Jamaican and wider global society and economy, as well as ongoing national demand for social assistance, economic stimulus, and worker protection interventions, there will be slippages in several development indicators. COVID-19 has already been demonstrated to have deleterious effects on lives and livelihoods, with an estimated economic contraction of 10% for the fiscal year. Increases in the experience of different types of vulnerabilities for the majority of the population, and for particularly those traditionally most at risk, and requiring Jamaica, like the rest of the global community, to balance public health and economic survivability concerns. Within this context, the significance of national development policy and planning as prerequisites for mitigating losses and damages and seizing opportunities for stability and growth has been highlighted. The role of government and the importance of public policy have been elevated as critical success factors in governing markets, including informing the relationships and linkages within and among the financial and real sectors, as well as the protection of a country's economic capital and investments, such as its entrepreneurs, workers, and national and global value chains. The necessity for agility and adhering to strategic priorities in not only programming, but in the means of implementation is critical to the pursuit of stakeholder and partnership-driven development within a context where private and public interests may simultaneously intersect and conflict. We see this in our own country response, where government has had to extend its direct management and intervention beyond traditional areas, such as macroeconomic and fiscal management, public health, education, and environmental management, to economic value chains, including financial and technical interventions in both supply and demand logistics and income security within a paycheck protection framework to both the formal and informal sectors, among others. Yet, the performance of public-private and other partnerships and the role of civil society and non-governmental actors has been demonstrably critical to ensuring that the necessary capital, expertise, and ownership, as well as local level and needs-based reach and translation of policies and programs is achieved. This reality, coupled with the reigniting of debates on the implications of globalization and technological advancement on the future of work, sustainability, equity, and resilience within global value chains, and climate change, particularly on small island developing states, SIDS, have signaled possible enduring shifts in the global development landscape post-COVID-19. Jamaica's commitment to Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs provides a framework for response to crises such as COVID-19. The relevance of our long-term goals and overarching strategic framework for development has been reinforced. But strategic actions in the medium to long term to realize our goals and maintain that path require strategic review and revision, including revisiting our development targets up to 2030 and the schedule for achieving planned outcomes and our national development goals. COVID-19 has created and exposed cracks in global systems and structures, which pose threats and present opportunities for change and growth. Jamaica has been responding to the recognized critical importance of ensuring that Vision 2030 Jamaica and SDG-aligned policies regarding human capital development and social protection are integrated in shifting economic and business practices and social responsibility efforts. This approach seeks to ensure that post-COVID-19 societal shifts do not result in slippage or deviations away from the pursuit of development that is multidimensionally sustainable and inclusive. Jamaica is committed to moving beyond business as usual and embracing a new normal that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
We thank our keynote speakers for sharing their insights about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Dear participants, we also thank you for your participation from 30+ countries. This is the end of the opening session. Please stay tuned. Do not forget to tweet, retweet, like, or mention on social media. The panel session will start shortly. Thank you. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to panel 1 that focuses on gender equality, 25 years after the Beijing Declaration. And gender equality are not a singular issue that emphasizes on the rights of the women. Promoting and protecting women's rights ensure peaceful and inclusive societies and also contributes to social and economic development. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres made gender parity and equality as one of his priorities in his agenda. Under his leadership, the United Nations has become a gender equal organization with 50-50% representation of women and men in the senior leadership levels. This is a great achievement in policy change that inspires millions of women and groups around the world. Introduce our moderator for panel 1, Ms. Donna Orender, who is the founder and CEO of the Orender Unlimited and Generation W. Ms. Orender was the former president of the Women's National Basketball Association. Her passionate pursuit of working on behalf of women and girls is a result of her personal journey as a professional athlete, a corporate executive, a leader of an iconic women business WNBA, a board member and a founder of Generation W. The floor is yours. Dear participants, we're having some technical issues. So our team is trying to solve this problem. So we are asking for your patience with us. In a few seconds, moderator Donna Orender, she will be with us.
Here. Okay, yes. Okay, I should just continue now. Did anyone hear where I was? Do I start from the beginning? Okay, did anyone hear my opening remarks? Okay. Okay, so okay. Hello everybody. I understand there, and here I am. Mehmet, can I hear you? Can you speak to me? Yes? All right.
Yes.
Before you heard me speaking, so I'm going to start again. Yes?
Yes, let me introduce you one more time.
Oh, okay, if you like.
Okay.
I heard you, so.
It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our moderator for panel 1, Ms. Donna Orender, who is the founder and CEO of the Orender Unlimited and Generation W. Ms. Orender was the former president of the Women's National Basketball Association. Her passionate pursuit of working on behalf of women and girls is a result of her personal journey as a professional athlete, a corporate executive, a leader of an iconic women's business WNBA, a board member and founder of Generation W. Ms. Donna Orender, the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. So much. Good morning and welcome to all of you who are distinguished guests who are joining us this morning. It's my privilege and honor today to sit beside these remarkable women in the Zoom fashion that we are living in to moderate this opening panel on women empowerment and gender equality 25 years after the Beijing Declaration. Just recently, my organization, Generation W, whose mission is educating, inspiring, and connecting women girls while building community, hosted our annual thought leadership event with the theme focused on vision. Vision 2020. It seemed to make a lot of sense a year ago when planning began. We were excited to explore how we see the world, the differing lenses, perspectives, and who is focusing on what and why. And then who could have predicted just how widely our lenses would be, our eyes would be opened, especially by something that we could not see? A small antigen that would literally turn the world upside down, COVID-19. We gathered today in a way previously unimagined, and yet eagerly anticipated. I loved seeing all of those hellos at the beginning when I logged on earlier, as we need to be together. The interconnectivity of our global community and the need for connection has never been more apparent. As the pandemic continues to disproportionately impact women and girls, it has laid bare the inequities that continue in place around the globe. Despite our efforts to the contrary, our challenges have not lessened. Our distinguished panelists will share their unique perspectives as we focus this morning on gender equality and women empowerment, hoping to move further along the vision of the platform in action created in Beijing. I find that our sense of urgency in pursuit of actionable change is heightened by the recent loss of one of our greatest champions, leaders, and warriors, the American Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who with her tremendous vision, intellect, and powerful words and writings paved the way for policy which initiated tangible and actionable changes in creating a more equitable world. And while progress has been made, we are all well aware that women continue to disproportionately, again, represent the encumbered, the beleaguered, the impoverished, and the embattled. In my work and passionate pursuits, I've been struck by how the world speaks to us. It tells us, women us, in a myriad of ways, who is worth more and who is worth less. As an athlete who competed at all levels and ultimately as a professional athlete, every day there were signs, there were signals, and there was silence. And it showed how the world valued me, or actually didn't. And it was the same for ultimately the strong, accomplished women I was privileged to represent as the president of the WNBA. It speaks to all of us, our daughters and our sons, every day, whether we choose to see it or not, in the resources afforded, economic support, business partnerships, marketing relationships, overall visibility, media support, fields to play on. It's a long list. And when you strip it down, truthfully, what are we really talking about? It's about power and who has it and who does not. And ultimately, how do we work together to show that power shared is power amplified? We know research has proven that diverse voices in any room where decisions are made produces better results. We know that women make great leaders, they are innovators, and most recently we've seen that, as it has been women leaders who have charted the most effective responses to COVID for their countries. To use a sports analogy, when you're putting together a team to compete, talent is a difference maker. And having access to your entire talent pool, not just 48 or 49%, right? Men and women only makes you stronger. It makes us stronger, our families, our communities, our cities, our nations. And to that end, one of the more impactful tools we have today is not new at all. It's been proven to work for boys for generations, and equal access for sports for girls is a game changer for everyone. The physical and emotional benefits of better health, increased strength and confidence, specifically a reduction in the incidence of cancers, is life-changing. Girls learn how to compete. Boys and men learn how to watch and engage with girls who compete. Girls learn how to lead others and themselves, and as they go, so do their families and our communities. This is not about making elite athletes, although that will and can happen. It's about building community, an inclusive community. As sports speaks loudly to men. It's something they can see, a place where they can relate. It's a common space to build respect and understanding and learn together. Granted, it is more challenging in some villages and cities than others, but it is happening as men increasingly come to champion their daughters and their opportunities. The power of sports drives our global institutions. It lifts nations, forges peace, and is the greatest of international languages. We can all speak about the power of the ball. You pick one. And most importantly, how when we share that power, we share that ball, teams win. And that is statistically verifiable. It is about the extra pass. It's not holding on to it for yourself. It's imperative that our future teams have gender parity and that young girls who continue to face the realities of child marriage, genital mutilation, trafficking, domestic violence, and lack of educational opportunities are given the chance to compete and succeed, just as it has been for young boys for generations. I had the privilege recently to participate as a judge in Beyond Sports initiative that drives collaboration to increase the ability for organizations to drive social change through sport and impact the SDGs, and in this case, a particular focus on gender equality. It was exciting and inspiring to see how soccer, football globally, becomes a platform for teamwork and physical strength, but also a knowledge base for sharing better maternal health practices and education around child marriage in Uganda and India. In Zambia, football is a way of teaching through the Girls Money Savvy Project how the girls can become financially literate and they learn how to earn money to support their schooling, much as the boys do. In Nepal, and I'm sure our panelist, Mona Ansari, has heard of the Empowering Women of Nepal group that works with disadvantaged young women and girls, offering a comprehensive training program to become trekking guides. Women who show up with no self-esteem or a pathway to hope emerge with leadership skills and opportunities to become economically independent with an ability to pursue education. As reported, they become multipliers. They become multipliers of positive social change, changing social norms in their communities and beyond. Isn't that the kind of virus that we want? A positive viral experience. In America, we have many organizations, including the Women's Sports Foundation, whose mission is to unlock the possibilities in every girl and woman through the power of sport. And it's been founded by the inimitable, the extraordinary Billie Jean King. The strong correlation between athletic and business success speaks to the support of sport as a difference-making strategy in changing the trajectory of girls and women's lives. With EY research reporting a 94% of executive women having a background in sport, 80% of Fortune 500 women executives having played competitive sports, and over 60% of those women believing that playing sports contributed positively to their career success. And they are joined in that belief by male executives as well. As for me, I am one of those women. Sports allows me to sit today with all of you esteemed leaders. I am part of a community, a global community of athletes who have lived firsthand the opportunity to realize self, and then team, and then world. It's the power of mind and body that enables the power of change. Yet we're still very much on the front lines of fighting for gender equality and equity here in America, both on our playing fields and in our boardrooms. When I look at the game clock on this team sport called life, I am dismayed that we are too far into overtime with respect to the wins we are looking for. Girls, women, their families are losing their opportunities, which are our collective opportunities. We must all learn that this is a we situation. And one of the core beliefs at Generation W is that when you elevate a woman, you elevate us all. And that intergenerational mentorship is the way that we can all learn, live, and ultimately lead together. I have learned from my cherished experiences with Vital Voices, a global NGO born out of the conference in Beijing, that when you invest in women, you improve the world. They bring forward an undeniable truth that women are essential to progress, to their communities, and that our world cannot move forward without their full participation. Perhaps that's why we are moving so slowly. And I want to leader Nelson. I will close my remarks the way I began, with a return to the late and esteemed Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who shared with us her thought on a meaningful life. She said, a meaningful life is living not for oneself, but for one's community. I'm proud to be here today to stand with all of you on behalf of our community, our global community, where devotion to equity and equality are goals worth fighting for every day. And you're going to hear from these women who do just that. Let's remember that what we don't see can be just as informative as what we do. Let's reach for the new ideas, break out of the box, seek innovation, deploy technology for its best and highest usage. Recognize that we must discard strategies that are not providing results, and demand with our actions that an acceleration of progress is the only step that we can take. The stakes are high, not only for our daughters, but for our sons, for our families, our communities. Life is a team sport, and gender equality is a game changer. Let's change the game, for when we do, we all win. At this point in time, I'd like to thank you all for staying with us, and I'd like to introduce our first panelist, a remarkable woman, Uri Gudelikan. She was the previous gender program coordinator for the Committee on the Status of Women in New York and the UN coordinator for Unchained at Last. which is an organization that fights to stop early marriage in the U.S. She recently ended her term as co-chair of the Working Group on Girls. Her professional experience is in project management, marketing, and public relations with a passion for human rights. Uri is always looking to partner with international organizations to bring gender equality to global attention while mentoring young adults to be inspired and care about human rights. It's my pleasure to introduce Uri Gudelikin.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. All right. Wonderful. What an introduction and what an inspiring message to get us going. I mean, half the stuff you said is already in my notes, so I'm going to just dive right in. And I'm just so inspired by your story. You're right on point with what Beijing Platform for Action was all about, especially mentioning Vital Voices, a partner that we've worked with as well. Hello, everyone out there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening in the world. Yes, my name is Uri Gudelikin, and honestly, I could not imagine me being here with these esteemed panelists only a few years ago. I am the reason why gender equality is important. I am the girl who needed so much to have a voice when I was married off at an early age, depriving me of my education. I'm not just sitting here as an expert, but the embodiment of who we should be fighting for. But I want to just dive right in and, just talk about what NGO CSW is all about and what are we doing with generation equality this year. I don't want to repeat all the talking points. We all know what COVID-19 did to us. Well, I can tell you what it did to NGO CSW. We were organizing our largest gathering last March in New York City during Commission on the Status of Women, which is our mandate, right? We bring voices of women and girls globally to the headquarters at the United Nations. We had about 20,000 women signed up to come for that event. It was going to be the second coming of Beijing Platform for Action while we celebrate Beijing Plus 25. My team alone had organized 550 panel discussions in the 2 weeks that the CSW was supposed to happen. I mean, I can give you so many numbers of what we were gearing up to, and of course that silent enemy COVID-19 came, but that's not a surprise, right? I mean, is anybody surprised that COVID-19 has, affected us so deeply? Because the world was not on the right track. We were not really taking care of ourselves and the world. We were not realizing the interconnectedness that we have. We were just abusing this planet and each other and really buying into this patriarchy, colonialism, capitalism. I'm sure I'm speaking to a lot of experts who know what I'm talking about. But here we are, right? So here we are again, rethinking, regalvanizing, rebringing women and girls and our allies, our men and boys who are on board with us, because we obviously cannot do this without the collaboration that has to be there. So we canceled and we went completely online, and we started doing some events on Zoom right away, and we just kept going with what we know to do best, which is giving voices to women and girls. At the same time, we're also organizing what we're calling Generation Equality Forum, spearheaded by UN Women, partnered with France and Mexico, and that is still going on. You can go on the website, it's very easy, just Google, I can give you the link as well. Generation Equality Forum, and you can see all the planning that's been happening since last year and that we're still moving forward. And the idea about that Generation Equality Forum is not to compete with CSW, with Beijing Platform for Action. All of this is really interconnected. We are open and really begging for ideas and collaborations on how can we move the needle, right? Because we've been fighting for centuries, but let's say at least for the last 25 years, to specifically implement Beijing Platform for Action. I think that document was the strongest document that we've had for gender equality. But the problem is that we would never we never knew how to really hold our governments accountable for implementation. You know, there are so many amazing documents at the UN right now. And if we really adhere to their agreements, we would not be in this situation. Imagine if we had global health coverage. Imagine if we had truly the direct connection to what climate change is and how it has really affected us all. We would all be better off. But let's just say that we are where we are, and then now we have to really, truly see how we can make a difference. And one of the things that we've been really talking about is really modeling a shared leadership for humanity, right? So this is what we want to do as women and girls, and how we are leading our platform going forward. So in that sense, our next CSW 65, which is coming up in March, I mean, I know that seems like such a long time from now, but we actually do start organizing early in fall. We are bringing our CSW 65 forum 100% online. And of course, you're going to see all of that information on our website as well. It's ngocsw.org, very easy to find as well. But you know, the idea is to not only just advocate and bring voices here in headquarters, which, by the way, even last year we were noticing it's really not sustainable to have 20,000 people travel and come to New York City. Yes, it's exciting. Yes, the face-to-face is much better. I would rather be with my colleagues right now around the table. But the fact of the matter is that we have more access right now because this is online. More people are joining because all they need is a laptop and a Wi-Fi. Now, I understand there's also that digital difference that when people do not have a laptop and a Wi-Fi, but we're working around that as well. We're working with grassroots organizations where they can bring grassroots women and girls around a table under a tent if they have to, and share their laptops so that they get the information of what it is that we're doing globally to speak for them. And I'll come back to what I said. Like, if I really knew what my rights were at 14, if I was really allowed the voice that I needed, would I have been married off that young? I mean, I'm lucky that I ended up in New York City. I'm lucky that I ended up with a husband who was older than me, but was also supportive in some ways. But honestly, I under any circumstances, I don't see how an early marriage can help any society, right? Because when you take education away from a girl, when you take her voice away, then you're taking away that community's force and strength. It's like Donna said, even in sports, you know, why deal with only the 49%? Everybody needs to be on the table. I think I'm going to kind of slow down here because I think I'm almost at my time. I kind of lost track of time because we started a little bit later. So perhaps I will save a few minutes as well and then maybe give some time for Q&A later. I'm just saying all of this information is really on our website. Please join us. Do not give up on humanity by giving up on women and girls. And just in honor of what you said with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I say fight for, this is her quote, obviously, and I'm just inspired by her too in this last 24 hours, fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. Let's model this shared leadership and achieve gender equality together in this last decade. Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you, Ori. We are inspired by you, your leadership. We follow you. We're so grateful for all that you have committed on behalf of all of us and are continuing to do that. So thank you. It's a pleasure now for me to introduce Mona Ansari. She's the National Rights Commission member, commissioner from Nepal. She's going to speak about gender perspectives and women's leadership in policymaking. She's a renowned rights activist of Nepal and currently serving, as I said, a member of the National Human Rights Commission. She started her career as a journalist and subsequently graduated as a lawyer, becoming the first and only Nepal's female attorney from the Muslim community. She worked with Amnesty International Nepal, Action Aid Nepal, the UNDP, and other national organizations. Her work has been in the field of women empowerment, social inclusion, access to justice, gender, social justice, peace building, and protection of the rights of the marginalized groups. Yet another incredible woman doing the work and standing tall on behalf of all of us. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm highly inspired by your introductory note, Donna. It's incredible. Good morning to you all, and dear chair of the session, plenary members, and dear fellow participants coming from the 30 country joining this event. It's my pleasure to share a couple of things, what I have learned in my career. Let me start by saying that when the Beijing summit was taking place in 1995, I was a young girl. Today, after 25 years, I can see that Nepal has made a notable progress in women's rights, gender equality, and social inclusion. However, the deep-rooted patriarchal norms and practice continue to undermine the women's rights of equality, self-respect, and independence. As Juna talked about, share about the trekking experience from Nepal, how the inspiring girls went to for the trekking. Nepal has gone through major challenges in last 2 decades. Following a decade-long armed conflict, a peace process which started in 2006 transformed the country into a secular republic and federal state. I'm delighted to say that women had a significant role in this transformation. The first elected Constituent Assembly in 2008 had 197 women members out of 601. The second one had 176 women. A new constitution was adopted in 2015. Nepal's constitution has ensured women's representation in federal and provincial parliament, as well as local government bodies, 33% and 40% respectively. Currently, 90 of the 275 MPs are women in lower house. The upper house has 22 women members out of 59. 6 of the 10 parliamentary committee are headed by women lawmakers. Election Act has ensured 50% women candidates in leadership position of the local bodies. In 2016, local elections were elected as a deputy chair or mayor of 700 local bodies out of 753. Also, 18 women were elected as a mayor or chair. Based on the act, over 6,500 women were elected in a local body. These are Dalit women, and we all know in South Asia, Dalits are highly oppressed caste group. According to 2019 survey that looked over women's representation in the parliament, Nepal ranked second entire in Asia. This is a significant achievement compared to 1999's parliament, which only had a 5.8% women in a parliament. Reservation policy and electoral reform had been instrumental in promoting women's participation in policy-making role. In the Civil Service Act, women have a 33% reservation of the total 45% inclusive quota. Army and Police Act has also made a reservation for women. However, inclusion of the women from the socially excluded group still is a major challenge for us. Despite of these positive indicators, women still face multiple challenges. None of the major political parties have a women in decision-making position. Therefore, selection or election of women in any higher position remain under control of the male decision maker in a political party. The legislative ratio of women does not reflect in the mainstream appointments. When it comes about the women's inclusion in ministerial position, Nepal ranks at 123rd position. The constitutional principle of the inclusive appointment in the government is also frequently overlooked, and women are given a little opportunity. The representation in judiciary is a very important factor. So how Nepal is improving constitutional bodies, civil service, and security sector is a low. 3 of the 21 judges of the Supreme Court are female. Likewise, if of the 114 of the 148 judges of High Court are women. In 2019, only 3 women were appointed out of 30 Nepali embassies. It is truly disappointing to see that the political parties have limited women mostly to deputy mayor position in the local election. I would say that the women leadership in decision making cannot be achieved without their economic empowerment. In the local, in the Global Gender Gap report of 2018, which looked at women's participation in economy, Nepal ranked 110 among the other 149 participating countries. This shows that Nepali women are discouraged of economic participation. Factors like their poor social status, access to information, and discriminatory gender practices block women's free access to economic opportunity. For example, the Foreign Employment Act prohibited women from seeking foreign employment and foreign domestic work without permission of their guardian or spouse. And the government, although some progress, measures have been introduced recently. Another challenge that Nepali government yet has to tackle is a protection from the violence against women. And I think it's not only Asia, it's a worldwide problem. The violence against women take a place in forms of trafficking, rape, domestic violence, child marriage, and in Nepal, dowry-related violence, witchcraft, and harmful traditional practices such as chowpuri or menstrual isolation. Every year, women are dying due to the menstrual isolation. The Parliament in 2017 enacted and amended various laws to end the violence against women and girls and protect the survivors, such as the Domestic Violence Act, Anti-Trafficking Act, the Sexual Harassment Act at workplace. In 2016, national strategy was adopted to end child marriage. This is the global commitment that Nepal has introduced this policy. Recently, the government has decided to increase punishment in the crime of acid attack to ensure protection of the survivor. National Women Commission has established 24-hour helpline to tackle this, to end, to reconcile or provide the legal assistance to the victims. 240 women and children senior citizen center have been expanded throughout the country throughout the country. In last 10 years, I have seen. I myself have worked with legislative committees. policymakers and stakeholders to amend and enact several laws related to the violence against women. However, weak implementation of the laws remains a critical challenge. Impunity prevails due to failure of proper investigation and prosecution in serious cases of the violence against women. Lack of shelter and rehabilitation support for the victim is the major challenge. According to our police data, filing the case against violence against women is basically coming the domestic violence and rape and attempt to rape and witchcraft allegation. It is rising during the last 5 years. Being a state party to the CEDAW, along with the other major human rights instrument, Nepal is committed to guarantee and promote gender equality. The principle of non-discrimination and gender equality have been enshrined in the Constitution of Nepal. However, the unequal citizenship provision for women remains in a violation of Article 9 of CEDAW. Let me conclude by saying that this event is taking place at a time when COVID pandemic has brought an extraordinary challenge for us. We must not allow pandemic and lockdown to be an excuse for ongoing violation of women's and children, women's and girls' rights. In the other hand, we must appreciate the luxury that this gives us to step back and think and organize, to look at our effort so far and learn from them so we bounce back stronger than ever when this nightmare is over. We have still opportunity to meet 2030 SDG goal. I will stop here. I don't want to bore you to giving a longer speech of mine. And I really very much thank you to the organizer for such a wonderful plenary. I just listening as curiously you all who spoke before me. And I welcome all the questions if you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Ansari. We really appreciate it. And I really do love your ending statement where you're encouraging all of us to jump back stronger than ever before. I think we all share that urgent and needed desire. It is my pleasure now to introduce our third panelist, Professor Diane Elston. She will speak about inclusive economies for women's empowerment. A little bit about Diane. She's from the United Kingdom. Hi, Diane. She's an emeritus professor in the Department of Sociology at Essex University. She's a visiting professor at the Wise Research Centre, Glasgow Caledonian University, and research associate at the Center for Women's Global Leadership, Rutgers University. I know that place well. They do amazing work. She's a member of the UN Committee for Development Policy and is a consultant to UN Women. In 2016, Dr. Elston was awarded the Leontief Prize for advancing the frontiers of economic thought. She has served as chair of the UK Women's Budget Group and is vice president of the International Association of Economics. She is the author of many publications and articles on gender equality policy, and we are so glad that you are with us today.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
It's all yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I was asked to speak about inclusive economies for women's empowerment. As you've heard, I'm a feminist economist. What I want to do is unpack a little bit, what does this mean, inclusive economies for women's empowerment? I will conclude by saying something about the challenges of the COVID pandemic for inclusive economies and women's empowerment. So Economic inclusion and women's empowerment, they both sound very positive things, and they're themes of the Sustainable Development Agenda, although there's no goal or target that specifically brings them together. The ones that speak about sustainable, inclusive, and sustained economic growth don't actually mention women's empowerment, and SDG 5, which requires governments to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, doesn't actually mention economic inclusion, although it does very importantly call on governments to undertake reforms to give women equal rights to economic resources. And I think we need to focus more on the issue of rights, not just participation, to ensure that economic inclusion really does empower women. So first, I want to clarify a little bit, what do we mean by inclusion? Inclusion sounds very positive, but when you look at the reality, there are many forms of inclusion in economies that can be harmful. Let me just list some of them. Forcible inclusion, forced labor and modern slavery. Injurious inclusion, unsafe working conditions, long and exhausting hours of work. Impoverished inclusion, where earnings are not above the poverty level. Precarious inclusion, where employment is insecure. Segregated inclusion, inclusion in low-paying occupations at the bottom of the jobs hierarchy. Now, those are not the things that people have in mind when they talk about how inclusion in the economy will empower women. But those are many of the realities that many women face. So we have to be very careful what kind of inclusion we're talking about. Similarly, inclusion in financial markets. This sounds very good. Every woman should have a bank account. But when you start to engage with financial markets, you can face harms. You can face predators who missell financial products, who defraud you, who increase your levels of indebtedness, lead to loss of assets and to vulnerability of harassment by debt collectors. So again, financial inclusion needs unpacking. There are forms of financial inclusion that are beneficial, but there are also forms that are harmful. And one of the problems that many women face, I think, is that they're simultaneously included and excluded. This is an idea that UNCTAD, in its Trade and Development Report in 2017, put forward. Women are included in the sense that they're participating in the labor market and in financial markets, but they're often excluded from the prosperity that is supposed to come from this inclusion. And if you look at the global data sets put together by the ILO, you'll see that women predominate among workers in vulnerable employment, defined as own account workers and contributing family workers. And ILO data on a broader range of so-called non-standard forms of employment, temporary employment, seasonal work, casual work, part-time on-call employment, agency work, etc., show that women and young people and migrants are more likely to be found in non-standard arrangements compared to men. So I think we do face a challenge of how can inclusion be made empowering. It's not enough to celebrate that more women are participating in the labour market. It's not enough to celebrate that more women are participating in financial markets. We have to focus on the issue of how can this inclusion be made empowering. Well, the ILO put forward some ideas in its 1999 Decent Work Agenda, drawing attention to 4 issues. The first is the creation of full and productive employment that can provide a decent livelihood. The second was rights at work. The third is social protection, including cash benefits and access to basic services. And the fourth is promotion of social dialogue between government, employers, subcontractors, and workers' organizations. And gender equality is a cross-cutting objective of the Decent Work Agenda. And it's important that this agenda recognizes that empowerment does not come from employment alone, but also needs access to social protection, to cash benefits, and access to basic services. And this becomes very apparent when we look at the impact of COVID-19. Let me say something as well about the interaction between participation in the economy and the unpaid work that most women around the world have to do, and some women are really burdened with. So inclusion in paid work will not be empowering if it adds to paid work to already long hours of unpaid work. Many low-income women are overworked. They're already participating in work that generates some income, although not enough, but also burdened with the need to collect fuel and water, prepare meals, take care of children, frail elderly people, people living with long-term illness. Their long hours of exhausting work, both paid and unpaid, deplete their own health and strength. So too much work is far from empowering. So for these women, empowerment must include a reduction of their overall work burden and more time for rest and for participation in the life of the community through, for instance, the political processes that we were hearing about. Empowerment isn't just a matter of having an income. It's also having some free time, perhaps free time to participate in sport in the way that Donna talked about. And investment is needed to provide affordable access to clean energy, water, sanitation, and care. Now, the SDGs, I think, do recognize this, but sometimes when we talk about women's economic empowerment, we only talk about the labor market and the financial market, and we forget the need for this complementary investment in energy, water, sanitation, and care services. Let me finally turn to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we've seen everywhere around the world that women play a disproportionate role in responding to the virus because they are the majority of frontline healthcare workers, and they also undertake the majority of care in the home. Women's unpaid care work has increased significantly as a result of school closures and the increased needs of older people. Women have also been harder hit by the economic impact of measures to halt the spread of COVID-19, especially women who work in the informal economy. Globally, nearly 60% of women work in the informal economy, both as self-employed workers and as waged workers. And this goes up to 90% in developing countries. So if we're really talking about the empowerment of women through inclusion in the economy, we really have to focus on the informal economy. And now governments aiming to slow the virus have put in place measures ranging from border closures to full lockdown. And many of these measures have forced informal workers to give up their livelihoods, alter their ways of working, and their incomes have been reduced. Sometimes it's been made impossible for informal workers to earn a livelihood, and their very survival of these workers and their families have been threatened. So government should issue clear directives to lockdown enforcement agents to refrain from harassment, violence, bribery, forced evictions, and demolition of informal workers' assets, including their homes and their workplaces. We are seeing through the misuse of public health measures to contain COVID-19, the destruction of inclusion and empowerment for large numbers of women in the informal economy, and this has to stop. However, many governments are expanding and adapting social protection measures in an attempt to provide at least a basic level of food and income security to the many households that rely on earnings from informal work. In April, the World Bank identified 133 countries which had implemented such measures, but a large number of these are short-term emergency measures. So my final point is looking to the longer term. There's new research from a wonderful organization called Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing, WIGO, which suggests that the impact of COVID-19 on informal incomes is unlikely to be short-term. While the safety nets currently being put in place are vital in this time of immediate crisis, when they come to an end, informal workers need access to recovery packages, including low-interest loans, access to startup capital, access to public procurement processes which allow for informal workers' participation, and reskilling and training programs. Women's empowerment requires much more than participation in the labour market and the financial market. It requires participation that is accompanied by measures to realise women's economic and social rights. And I think we need a renewed emphasis on this if we're going to come back from COVID-19 and move back on track for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a page of notes here. Thank you so much for all of your insights, your learning. We're going to move to our next guest now, Dia K. Nguyen. She's going to speak to us about technological advancements for women's empowerment, opportunities, and challenges. And interesting, when the Platform for Action was first written 25 years ago, there really wasn't that much of a mention of technology, right, Dia? I mean, everything has happened so recently. Dia has worked in technology for 25 years, building, operating, delivering, and leading in early and growth stage companies. She has a passion for developing current and emerging leaders, promoting STEM to the underrepresented, and driving diversity, equity, and inclusion. In this capacity as the artificial intelligence ethicist at Amazon Web Services, an incredible title, by the way, and I'm sure amazingly challenging work, she's responsible for defining strategy and standards to guide consultants and customers in responsible use of AI and elevate potential areas of algorithmic bias and lack of transparency in development and deployment work, which often adversely impacts marginalized communities. We are so happy and so looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us today. Dia, thank you.
Greetings, and thank you for that introduction. I, like all of those that spoke before me, am delighted to be in the company of these other great and accomplished women that are on the panel presenting today. As introduced, I am Dia Nguyen. I want to share with you a story of a little girl who was born in Harlem and grew up in a single parent, poverty-stricken home or apartment in the South Bronx in New York. She spent her education early in the public school system. This girl was taught to value and take seriously her education. And by the third grade, her diligence in her studies was rewarded. She received a computer for having high academic achievement in her school. She was fascinated by this technology, and it opened up a world for her unlike any she had been exposed to or frankly was aware of. None of the fairy tales she watched had women with jobs. None of the books she read told stories of women working in computers or science. It wasn't reflected in any of her school studies either. The prevailing thought and pictures from media portrayed certain roles for women as homemakers, teachers, or maybe a nurse. And it wasn't something she saw in the women around her. You can imagine, even though she was in new, exciting, and an intriguing territory, it was foreign and frightening. Perhaps she was too young to know this. So with all the intellect and curiosity she had, she made a decision at 8 that set her on a course to study and pursue a career in computers. Technology changed her life. That girl is me. I share that story because it speaks to the very heart and intent of the Beijing Declaration, our goal for gender equality and women empowered. It's not about me. My story is not uncommon. You only rise to the level that you're exposed. I come from meager beginnings, but it was exposure to technology at an early age and education that changed the trajectory of my life. You've heard already from some of those on the panel that stressed this as well. 2 ingredients are important: exposure and education. I consider exposure or access to education and technology as critical in us being able to see gender equality. However, I would be giving an incomplete picture if I failed to mention how our dream and our work towards gender equality is undermined because of systems, policies, socio-cultural norms, and patriarchal structures that have supported mindsets of gender inequality for decades, or dare I say, for hundreds of years. My journey has been one met with opposition and struggle, not just because of being a woman, rather coupled with the scourge of being Black, an African-American woman in America. In order to see the promise of the Beijing Declaration and UN Sustainable Development Goals, we must be determined to address systemic and institutional barriers that perpetuate discrimination against and keep all of us from being equal. And that cannot be done by women or people from marginalized communities alone. It requires the active work and partnership of men and the majority. Now, when I reflect on the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action from 1995, this document reflecting 189 countries signifying their commitment to achieving equality, development, and peace for women and girls worldwide, I was nearing the end of my undergraduate studies in computer science at Spelman College, and the parent company where I now work was just 1 year old. The unmanned Galileo spacecraft arrived at planet Jupiter. Ebola was ravaging the Congo and Central Africa. NATO bombing led to the peace agreement after thousands of Muslims were killed and women raped. The US troops pulled out of Somalia, where women were disproportionately affected by war, rape, and mutilation. At least 60 million girls worldwide were without access to primary school educations. More than 2/3 of the world's illiterate adults were women. And while 58% of the world population was women, only 46% over 16 actually had jobs. That was 1995. These, among other events and statistics, all reflect severe impediments to the advancement of women and to development. That's what made the Declaration so monumental. Since then, we've seen slow progress in areas of women's equality globally, but there have been rapid advances in technology that can benefit the cause. Broadband makes higher speed internet access available in homes. Flash was introduced for rich content delivery on the web. Google was founded, transforming how we attain data. Social networking gives rise to a new paradigm for connecting, interacting, and influencing. Cloud computing provides internet access to democratize IT resources. Artificial intelligence and big data emerge, driving change in how we live and work. And quantum computing promises unparalleled processing power to solve previously unapproachable problems. If we think about it, in its simplest form, society as a whole has benefited from methods and systems and devices improved or invented that use knowledge to solve problems. That's technology. These specific technological advancements I mentioned provide jobs and upward mobility, create income, stability, and opportunities to build up, inherit, and share in wealth. So technology is providing us with tools to tackle gender inequality and empower women. Digital platforms, social media, medical, and emerging technologies have opened up avenues for engagement in cultures where women's physical mobility is restricted and their voices are being silenced, where online activism and community building is increasing the awareness and engagement around women's health and rights issues. Career opportunities and learning is made available online and in apps and on mobile devices. Women are setting up businesses and earn income connected to wider global sources for financing, marketing, and funding. Femtech introduces technical solutions that address female health needs exclusively, including diagnostic tools, software, mobile apps, and wearables. Women are participating in political campaigns and can have greater access to knowledge and general information. This is technology used for good. And the results is seen in women empowered in areas like Afghanistan, where women use Twitter to engage with a U.S. congressional hearing on women's inclusion in peace and security. In East Africa and the Philippines, where spin of block bonds application is allowing secure money transfer and financial access to women in rural areas. An Israeli company, Mobile ODT, offers cervical cancer screening, leveraging an AI-based smartphone app. And in India, Egypt, Lebanon, and other countries, HarassMap is an online platform using reporting and mapping to tackle sexual harassment in education. Even with these advancements, there is so much yet to be done. According to the World Economic Forum, their global gender gap report that benchmarks 150 countries on their progress towards gender parity across 4 different dimensions indicated that it will take approximately 100 years for us to see gender equality globally. This is because outside of the US, women on average are 26% less likely than men to have a smartphone. Men hold 75% of parliamentary seats worldwide and 73% of managerial positions. Women are paid 16% less than men on average, and in certain regions that rises all the way up to 35% or more. 50 to 78% of women experience gender discrimination on their jobs, and nearly 1 in 5 women have faced domestic violence in the last year. Raya Bikshari said, when half of the human population is denied their full potential, the world as a whole is at an enormous disadvantage. This is where the work remains. True women's empowerment is for women to be full players in every area of society with freedom to create, earn, own, and build. That means being able to take advantage, full advantage of the benefits of technology and have a seat at the table. In the words of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, women belong in all places decisions are being made. Women have to be in boardrooms and in government. Women have to be employed and be entrepreneurs. Women have to have access to healthcare and own the decisions for their bodies. Women have to be educated and be able to pave the way for those that will follow. Women have to be included in history and make history. Women have to see themselves in positions in society and be seen by society. To see more women empowered, women need exposure, education, and a real commitment to change. That means our collective willingness and courage to put down policies and systems of oppression and create opportunity. In the words of my CEO of AWS, Andy Jassy, we need missionaries, not mercenaries. People willing to do the work to make women equal and empowered. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, missionaries, not mercenaries. So much good stuff. And I hope we're going to have time for some questions. We're going to come back to this, Dia, but thank you for your passionate and brilliant comments and the work that you are doing as well. And finally, let us welcome Dr. Marina Sorokina. She is the head of the Department of History at the Alexander Solzhenitsyn Center for the Study of the Russian Diaspora. Prior to this position, Dr. Sorokina was a senior research fellow at the Institute for the Advanced Studies in Humanities at the Russian State University for the Humanities. She has also served at the Russian Academy of Sciences Archive in Moscow. She joins us from Moscow today to speak about Russia's best practices on implementing the SDG number 5, achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Thank you for joining us, Doctor.
Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be here and to speak of a subject that is one of the dearest to me. Women scholars in exile, women and migration. It's a very urgent topic for discussion in our contemporary world. In contrast to many other countries, Russia survived in the 20th century three major waves of mass migration. Refugees of the Bolshevik Revolution and civil refugees of the World War II, migration after the Gorbachev's perestroika. Many thousands of Russians left their homeland and traditional environment under the pressure of the political persecution and settled down in many countries in the world. In Latin America, especially in Brazil. A number of scholars and scientists were within these emigres. Issues concerning scholars in exile have attracted attention, especially in relation to the large immigration wave that hit Europe facing the Nazi regime. This has been already well documented by the academic works. In contrast, there has been no scholarly treatment of the Russian academic migration in the 20th century that has grappled systematically with the topic on the basis of archival research. For many years, refugees, invalids, and dissidents were hidden groups ignored by the Soviet authorities, civil society, and public memory. Only today, historians shifted to study of those groups and the life story of one of the very interesting women scholars in exile, Helena Antipov. Russian-born Brazilian psychologist and educator, founder of the system of support to disabled children. Her life is very important in our perspective. While Helena Antipov, as many others women refugee scholars, were searching for professional employment in the changing European environment, Brazil opened a window of opportunities for her and many other scholars and scientists. Russia, Switzerland, Brazil, these Antipov's locuses marked not only the geographical shift of the emigre scholar positions, but reflected new communications, the ways how the European scholarly approaches and techniques were applied to the new institutions before World War II. The role of the emigre scholars, and especially women emigre scholars, was pioneering in this process. As such, Antipov's story contributes to gender and immigration history, to the social history of psychology and human rights. But it also demonstrates the ways of formation of very strong and persistent transnational or international network of scholars whose professional biographies on the level of concepts and ideas grew up from multicultural intellectual components and traditions. Antipov's work, as the work of many Russian refugee women, was marked by a strong commitment with the achievement of human ideals of social justice and happiness. As a scientist, director of one of the first laboratories of psychology established in Brazil, she dedicated herself to knowing Brazilian children so that their education would be better oriented. Following the guidelines of the Genevan Declaration of Children's Rights, issued by the League of Nations in 1924, she focused education as a right in itself. Simple views, schools were not supposed to provide a limited citizenship consciousness. On the contrary, citizenship was seen as the consequences of a steady support for the development of the children's capacities. Dissatisfied with her experience with war and revolution in Europe, Helena Antipov strove for harmony, not for struggle. In her view, social harmony would be attained if each individual were given the opportunity to develop his own calling. In this development, education had a central role. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm giving you this example in order to show the great role of the women scholar in the contemporary world. We're looking at the history, but we are living today. I hope that our network will work for many years. Thank you very much for your attention. Welcome to Russia. It's not so terrible as you can see from the news. Привет!
Thank you so much. Dr. Sorkin, we appreciate your remarks. And now it's time for all of us to gather on the stage. I'm very excited about this. I will wait. We're going to welcome back all of our panelists. Uri, Diane Elson, Dia, and is Mona joining us as well? Hi, everyone. How are you? Dia, I love how you put all of that technology in such positive. We all have love-hate relationships but you gave us a very love relationship today, and I appreciate that, which was great. We have some questions from our audience. I will go through some of them, but I would like to start, if I could. There is such extraordinary depth and breadth from all of you, right? We are those young girls who we are trying to help today in so many different ways, right? We find ourselves all around the world. We all acknowledge, and I took notes on everything that all of you said, that we could be a lot further along. So if I was to ask you, if you're sitting by yourself or you're out with a group or whatever, and you're tossing up a glass of wine, what's an innovative, out-of-the-box idea that can accelerate gender equality? Because clearly after 25 years, what we've been doing is not making it happen fast enough. And the numbers for equity and equality, we don't even want to talk about them, but they're like, 100 years, 200 years. We're not waiting for that. So I'm just curious, Diane, as you hang around with your feminist, economist friends and beyond.
Well, let me share with you an idea that comes from a commission on a gender equal economy I've been chairing in the UK. We'll be launching our report next week. And what we're calling for is a creation of a caring economy. A caring economy which invests a lot in care, but which also asks employers to care for their employees, to respect their labor rights, to give them care leave for looking after their family members. So we want to and argue for a care economy that brings together gender equality, well-being, and sustainability. The polling and focus groups we've been doing in the UK, this has been getting quite a positive response. And we're getting quite a positive response from men who see how that could benefit them too, because there are many men who want to take more role in providing care, but they're hampered by stereotypes, social norms, by employers who say, no, that's only for moms, dads shouldn't be doing that. So a caring economy, that's what we need, not the kind of economies we've got at the moment.
Cheer, and I think that COVID is especially shedding a light on this. Women's rights, right? Liberate men's rights. I think I heard you say that as well. Anybody have any reactions or an additional idea? I think we're on a roll here.
I mean, I can jump right in. I wasn't sure. Yes. Well, if I had to use one word, I would say knowledge, but that obviously one word, it's sharing of the knowledge and education, because so many people do not even know what their rights are, right? This is why I keep talking about documents are not just important. They're just papers filed or in computers. We just need to learn what our governments, both locally and internationally, have committed to do, and then make sure that it's implemented. Or, my colleagues that I'm organizing CSW with, I think the conversations that we're having is about shared leadership, as I mentioned before, about having intergenerational dialogue. We have to stop working in silos and then realizing that all of these topics are interconnected, right? It's not just the technology, it's not just the economy, it's not just the violence against women. They are all interconnected. And of course, we can argue forever on what the stem is. How do we really pull it out from the stem, right? I mentioned a few about patriarchy, colonialism, this othering of others, right? And the fear mongering that we create for anybody who's different than, I'm sorry to say, with all due respect to the white men out there, it's the white men in general who have created this fear mongering of the other, of the women, of the of blackness, of LGBTQI rights. So we need to really understand where this is stemming from, that knowledge, that education that we can give to others so that we can stop it from the root. And when we see it happening in our own circles, in feminist movements, I have to say that as well. We know that it happens in our movement as well. We need to call it out and we need to stop it. We have to be the modeling of it.
I love what both Diane and Hori said, and I was thinking that there probably isn't something super innovative or creative that we need to do. It is getting back to some of the basics that we probably need to do. I mean, no technology, and we talked about, and I appreciate you saying that I shared some positive things about technology. No technology is going to solve the challenges that we have with accountability. No technology is going to solve what Ori talked about as far as us leaving out marginalized individuals or this sort of insider-outsider culture. And really it requires, I believe, going back to some basics around accountability, as well as people having courage enough to embrace, and I mention this in particular, people from the majority communities to embrace and create opportunity and open up doors for the other, right? And we're seeing some of that now, right? There have been numbers and scores of women that are receiving CEO positions and higher profile positions in this last couple of months, many of which have been people of color, Black and African-American women, but we're seeing a rise in that specific area. And I think it needs to be more of that. But we also have to create a culture of accountability, right? When do we hold our leaders, our business people, organizations, our governments accountable to do the right kinds of things for the people, not just for themselves?
Right. I actually highlighted when you said we need men and the majority, right? So that's interconnectivity. And Uri, I hear you saying that we need to think more interconnected. Actually, it's really the repatterning of how we think and how we work. Perhaps our goals are really the ones we need, but how we get to them needs to be restructured.
Yeah.
Mona, welcome. I'm glad you were able to join us. We would love you. We're brainstorming here on how do we accelerate progress. Any new? I am sure you have an idea that you've been holding on to that you would love to put out there, and we can jump on.
There is no disagreement what the fellow panelists have shared their ideas. My thought, in my opinion, I think the collective effort is required. When we are talking about the women, we need to all type of women, like we could not isolate anyone, and they have a plenty of like a knowledge. If I am talking about the indigenous women, they have a lot of different kind of knowledge. We need to share their knowledge and build better for our future. So in our context, it's a very difficult. As I already shared my notes in speaking, that women is very difficult to getting a chance in a decision making role. If the women are not in a decision making position, they couldn't decide anything, and the policy and then plan and then everything is made by men. So where our women is going to. We are just their path. We need to force to walk on their path. That's my opinion. I think we need to bring more women on the leadership position so that they can decide what is the workable for them, not other will decide for them. Thank you.
Right. Just like we don't want, as Uri said, we don't want others deciding for us. We want to be part of that
Yeah.
process. And I also really love the othering of the others. I don't have much time, but I did want to recognize the many people who have shared this panel, have engaged and now have posted on the chat. Ahmet Ibrahimit, and forgive me, please, it's nice to be among people who are striving for the betterment of global society. So that is kudos to all of you. And Michelle Williams, who speaks about being excited about the movement and progress that women have made through the years as it relates to women around the world, our economic, social, and emotional empowerment. Progress makes it possible for little girls, young and older women, to dream big and achieve those dreams. Well, I'm hoping today does help further that effort. Catherine Klein said, as the moderator noted, the key issue is power. And how do we convince men who have that power that it's better to share it? You've addressed that, Dia, in your remarks specifically. Anybody have any thoughts on how we continue to move towards a collective model?
I think I have a very shortly I would like to share is a power sharing men feeling a threat that women are coming in the in a power sharing. They are encroaching their space, which is wrong. They must convince. We are talking about the gender equality, we are not talking about ourselves. We are collectively talking about equally men and women need to share on that power sharing. So I just in it here.
Yes? Okay, no, yes, okay, I wasn't sure. I was just taking a note. I apologize. Toko or Thoko Puli, I agree with Uri about moving from policy document to implementation and accountability. How do we achieve this?
I think it really goes back to that. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It goes back to what I was saying about really the knowledge, right? If women and girls have the knowledge, have access to the information of what their governments are supposed to do, I think, if you just think about your own country, we know it because we're in this work right now, right? We know about Beijing Platform for Action. But especially in the United States, and it's so many other countries too, people don't even know what their governments are promising and how we can really hold them accountable. And we need to really educate women and girls on how do we do that. I think Dia's story was so touching to me. Like for her at third grade, I believe she said, when she got the internet or the laptop and she was able to explore herself. Imagine if we can give that power, that kind of knowledge to everyone to access information that is really their right. That's how we can really bring implementation.
Right. That was a beautiful image. I saw a beautiful young girl with her little laptop, so excited, right? Which we're hoping to make sure all little girls, all little boys have laptops.
Those are funny. It was laptops back then. Those were like old block VIC-20s that barely had color. It was no color either. So
we modernized it.
Well, I am sure that this is a group that we can spend much more time talking together, making progress, inspiring people and ourselves. We don't have any more time, so I thought I would end it with one question. And I want to thank, in particular, there was a woman that posted a couple of times, and I just wanted to thank her. Bathsheba Smithen, thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. If here we are in the time of COVID, right? The world's kind of in upheaval. We are 25 years out of Beijing. Just had this wonderful conversation. If I asked you for one word to represent your feelings about where we sit, I'll start. So I hope I'm not taking anyone else's word, but you can replicate it. I'm going to say I am hopeful. I am hopeful. Okay. Who else? Diane?
That was my word, but I'm going to say I'm hopeful and I'm also inspired, right? Because of the people that I'm working with, I'm inspired of the possibilities.
Great.
My word is
imagining. We are trying to imagine a different kind of economy. So I think we have to imagine a different kind of world and then collectively organize to get it.
I am so excited by what you presented about the caring economy, believe me.
My word is motivated, motivated more than ever to continue to do this kind of work and to be joined with women like yourselves, but also with men and others to really forge forward and see the kind of equality and empowerment we need.
And we're motivated to work with you in that. So Lita and Mona.
Mine is commitment.
Commitment.
Yeah.
Commitment. That's awesome. So we're gonna leave each other and this conference with these words: hopeful, inspired, motivated, and commitment. I thank you all. I thank Semri and all of her team, the UNGA Conference 2020, for inviting all of us this opportunity to come together, truly where technology really showcases how bright a light it is. I look forward to staying in touch with all of you.
Bless all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Documented and published our conference proceedings, and the videos will be uploaded on the UNGA conference website and YouTube channels. And another announcement, the CSW 65 will be held in March 2021, and we want to encourage you to participate in the CSW events and discussions. You can get more information on www.ngocsw.org. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for panel 2, Ms. Paula Boland, who is the president of the United Nations National Capital Area. It is one of the oldest and largest division of the United Nations Association of the USA. Ms. Boland is also the chair of the UNA USA National Council. Ms. Boland is an attorney specializing in environmental law and international affairs. Ms. Boland assisted a number of environmental non-governmental organizations in developing conservation projects in Latin America. She has played a significant role in developing strategic partnerships, diversifying membership, and expanding program activities. Ms. Paula Boland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glick, and the Journalists and Writers Foundation for your kind invitation to participate in your signature program, UNGA Conference 2020, at a critical time when world leaders are gathering virtually to address unprecedented challenges, from a global pandemic to vast inequalities, and to bring global solutions as the UN turns 75 years old this coming October. As the UN Secretary General Guterres said, this is a time to reflect and learn from the past and take action for a more sustainable future. Today's second panel will be focusing on implementing Sustainable Development Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. In 2015, United Nations member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which includes 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Through Global Goal 16, member states have committed to promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. When the international community looked back on the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, governance emerged as a critical element in explaining the uneven progress across these goals in many countries. One of the lessons from the MDGs was that democratic governance, peace and security, and the rule of law, including protection of human rights, are critical to sustainable development. A human rights approach helps identify who is vulnerable or being left behind, and the ways in which those who are marginalized can be empowered to overcome their vulnerability. The 2030 Agenda presents a shift, a significant shift and radical new approach to transforming our world, focusing on the integrated pillars of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. It is universal, including issues such as inequality, access to justice, peace and security, and aims at leaving no one behind. Moreover, the SDG agenda has an additional complexity in terms of its implementation and requires a mix of national ownership, flexibility, innovation, political acumen, high-quality technical support, and collective multi-stakeholder effort at all levels in order to become progressively a reality. SDG 16 is key to achieving the transformative 2030 Agenda. Its focus on 7 principles of strong institutions: effective, inclusive, responsive, participative, representative, accountable, and transparent, as well as peaceful society, are necessary for achieving all SDGs. This is true whether the goal is related to education, health, economic growth, climate change, or beyond. Without sustaining peace, which goes beyond the mere absence of violence and includes respect for human rights and the rule of law, development gains are reversed. And without inclusion and access to justice for all, inequalities in poverty reduction and socioeconomic development will increase, and countries' commitment to leaving no one behind will not be met. Goal 16 has the potential to catalyze profound social transformation. Transformation requires addressing the root causes and drivers that generate and reproduce economic, social, political, and environmental problems and inequities, not merely the symptoms. Transformation involves changes in social structures, institutions, and relations, including patterns of inequalities related to income, gender, ethnicity, religion, or geography that might lock people into positions of disadvantage or limit their choices. Global Goal 16 means changing norms and institutions that shape the behavior of people and organizations in the social, economic, environmental, and political spheres. Without specific attention to how SDG 16 applies in all dimensions of human life, it will be impossible to realize the transformative potential of the SDGs. SDG 16 also has tremendous value as an enabler and accelerator for all SDGs. The term SDG 16 plus acknowledges the other SDG targets that contribute to peace, justice, and responsive institutions. SDG 16 plus offers a framework for institutions at all levels to build peaceful, just, and inclusive society that place human rights protection and inclusive and accountable governance at the heart, at the center of tackling inequality. The SDG 16 framework provides countries with a rights-based approach to tackling the drivers of suffering that affords dignity and agency to those left behind. Now, advancement towards ending violence, promotion of the rule of law, and the strengthening of institutions and increasing access to justice are uneven and continue to deprive millions of their security, rights, and opportunities, and undermine the delivery of public services and broader economic development. Attacks on civil society are also holding back development progress. Renewed efforts are essential to move towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal 16. The number of people fleeing war, persecution, and conflict is nearing 80 million, the highest level recorded by the UN Refugee Agency. In 2019, the UN tracked 357 killings and 30 enforced disappearances of human rights defenders, journalists, and trade unionists in 47 countries. And the birth of around 1 in 4 children under age 5 worldwide are never officially recorded, depriving them of a proof of legal identity, crucial for the protection of their rights, and for access to justice and social services. We cannot hope for sustainable development without peace, stability, human rights, and effective governance based on the rule of law. Yet our world is increasingly divided. Some regions enjoy more peace, security, and prosperity than others, while many are falling into seemingly endless cycles of conflict and violence. This is not inevitable and must be addressed. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Natalia Marcela Molina, who will be focusing on the promotion and protection of human rights. Natalia is a judge specializing in cyber crimes against minors of the city of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Incidentally, Natalia, where I am from. She has certifications in criminal law and organized crimes. She's a member of the International Association of Women Judges and second vice president of the Women Judges Association in Argentina. Judge Molina is a professor at Universidad de San Isidro and Universidad de Ciencias Empresariales in online crimes, focusing on gender issues and sexual slavery. Judge Molina, welcome. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Paula. Muchas gracias. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here and have the chance to share my words with you today. I am a criminal judge in Argentina, more specifically in the city of Buenos Aires. And my mission today is to inspire you to start actively working on campaigns that inform and promote the importance of children's human rights. As a consequence of COVID pandemic, online education and communication has increased drastically, which has led to the early exposure of our children to digital environment and their threats. The production and distribution of child sexual abuse content and online harassment is a crime in many countries and is growing as we speak. Both of these crimes take place in the digital environment, more specifically in social media, but it's important to mention that in all cases, they are committed offline and recorded to later on being uploaded in the internet. Once the image or videos are online, they automatically become a part of an enormous child sexual abuse network that not only expose the pain of this victim to millions, but put at risk, once again, their physical and psychic integrity. During this last couple of months, this type of crime have increased strongly in Argentina, and the number keeps growing every minute that goes by. But it's truly frightening in that there are no boundaries for this crime, and that even today there are many countries that still don't have any type of law to prevent or punish these terrible acts. Even in Latin America, which is, at the moment, the most advanced region in the implementation is these new measures, we are still learning and faces challenges. There is no doubt to me that this problem needs to be a part of the agenda in all countries, but especially in those who have not yet implemented law to ensure justice for victims and prevent this from happening over and over again. It is absolutely necessary that this country reconsider their position and adapt their legislation to guarantee the human rights of children that are abused under the eyes of the world. Non-profit organizations can help minimize this issue in many ways, such as actively working on campaigns that expose this topic and bring conscience to governments in order for them to put new law in the agenda that will help resolve this matter. Cybercrime, organized or not, has no boundaries and expands fast, which is we need a world that is united with international collaboration and fluent communication on this topic. All of you here today have a key role in society, and it is my wish to encourage you and your organization to expose this issue and help bring conscience to your communities. This effort will not only help prevent these horrible acts, but will also put pressure on your governments to modify their legislation to ensure justice to all victims. Right now, as I give my speech, there are dozens of people online distributing and consuming child sexual abuse content, and their victims keep getting younger and younger. We need your help to stop this. We need to start working on campaigns that inform and prevent online sexual harassment of minors at all levels. Let's call the attention of our governments, as it is their responsibility to teach not only kids about this matter, but also their parents, so that they can share this knowledge with their children and prevent them from being exposed to this type of danger. Let's work actively on digital education, the concept of privacy and the prevention of cyber abuse. The world has changed, and it will keep changing. Today, a kid alone in his room playing with his laptop or maybe his PlayStation, because the PlayStation today is online too, without the correct digital education or supervision, is no longer safe. Information is freedom. Privacy is freedom too. Let's talk about this. Let's work on prevention. Let's inspire all countries to acknowledge this problem and work on their legislation in order to minimize this issue. This is a priority. We need to be committed. We need to be strong. Let's expose this and encourage victims to report these acts. This is really, really important. Let's help them lose their fear. There are excellent professionals willing to help us, for example, the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who has been doing a magnificent job, and in which website you can find lots of information on how to prevent or report this type of events. There is something I want to make very clear. Child sexual abuse content is not child pornography. Child pornography do not exist, as sexual activities are a part of the adult world and they are supposed to take place with consent from all parties. Child sexual abuse content is nothing like that. It's about the suffering and hurting of minors, and addressing it the wrong way continues to harm the integrity of children over and over again. Finally, kids are the most valuable part of society, and it is our job to do everything in our power to ensure a safer and better world for all of them. So, let's get to it. Thank you.
Gracias. Many thanks, Judge Molina. for your contributions. Okay. I would like now to introduce our second panelist, Michael Collins, who will focus on the decline of democratic values and rise of autocracy globally. Mr. Collins is the Executive Director of the Americas Institute for Economics and Peace, based in New York. He helps manage IAP relations with the US government and the United Nations, develops working partnerships with US-based civil society organizations, foundations, universities, businesses, and think tanks, and seeks opportunities to build presence and impact through North, Central, and South America. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula. That's appreciated. I'd like to share some findings from a recent IEP, the report, which kind of sort of try and provide additional insight into how well we're doing with regards to reducing violence and a lot of sort of the targets and indicators relative to SDG 16. So I'm just going to bring that up on screen now. Excellent. Paula, could you please confirm that you see that well?
I can see it.
Yes, I can see it. Okay, great. The Institute for Economics and Peace, we're a non-profit, non-partisan research institute. We're dedicated to shifting the world's focus to peace as a positive, tangible, and achievable measure of human well-being and progress. The origins of the Institute stem essentially from the question, what are the most peaceful countries on Earth? And at the time, there was sort of a lot of debate about this, but there was very little quantitative research around this subject. So the Global Peace Index stems from the desire to answer that question, as well as to track trends in peace and to also calculate the economic cost of violence as a way of incentivizing peace-building activities. So thankfully, that work has been very well received, and it's consulted frequently by a variety of multilateral organizations and governments around the world, as well as in excuse me, university courses, and it's shared very frequently online. This has given us the opportunity to be able to open up a variety of international offices that would be extremely happy to hear from any one of you. So this is the 14th year of the Global Peace Index, and it ranks 163 countries according to their relative state of peace. So the definition of peace in the index is the lack of violence or fear of violence. And we track that using 23 different indicators. And the methodology for doing that is developed by IEP, but it is sort of overseen by an international panel of experts. So the indicators are largely distributed in 3 domains. So the first one is related to domestic and international conflict. The second is related to measures of safety and security within society. And the third is the degree of militarization. Let's jump straight into some of the key findings for the 2020 report. This is sort of a mud map. Essentially, the countries in red are the least peaceful, the countries in green are the most peaceful. And you can actually access this in an interactive way in our website. You can click on any individual country, have a look at their indicators, and actually see the trends in indicators over the last 10 years. Overall, we see that the average level of peacefulness has deteriorated by 0.34%. That's the 9th deterioration in the last 12 years. 81 countries became more peaceful, 80 countries deteriorated, and improvements were driven by changes in terrorism, the impact of terrorism, homicides, weapons imports and exports, and deteriorations by the political terror scale, refugees and IDPs, and intensity of internal conflict. Now, today's talk is going to focus slightly on democracies versus authoritarian regimes. The political terror scale would be a sort of a generally accurate representation of this. So this refers to things like extrajudicial killings, imprisonment without trial, and torture. These are the 10 most peaceful countries for the 2020 report. All of these, with the exception of Singapore, are considered or esteemed to be full democracies. These are the 10 least peaceful countries. All of these, with the exception of South Sudan, that hasn't made it into the metric that we consult, are deemed to be authoritarian regimes. Now, in terms of trends of peace, I mentioned before that we've seen a decline in peace over the last 12 years. And this graph here may not initially be intuitive because we're measuring negatives. When we see charts go up like this, that means that there's been a deterioration. So please bear that in mind for the charts that you will see next. Overall, 81 countries became less peaceful. 79 countries became more peaceful, highlighting that decreases in peace are larger than increases in peacefulness. And overall peace over the last 10, 12 years has declined by 2.5%. When we break this out into the three domains that I mentioned before, we see that levels of militarization have continued to improve by 4.5%, a small deterioration in safety and security, but there has been a significant increase in ongoing conflict. That is largely in authoritarian regimes in the Middle East. Now, breaking this out a tiny bit more, we do see a general difference even in trends with regards to levels of peacefulness for democracies versus authoritarian regimes. But interestingly, we do see a significant decrease in peacefulness in democracies in full democracies over the last 5 years. That correlates very closely with the civil unrest we've been seeing since the 2015 Syrian refugee crisis. So this is breaking down these indicators slightly more. We see that the deaths from terrorism are now at the lowest point that they have been in the last decade, but that comes from coming off a very large spike that coincides with the Iraq and Syria war. We often see a very close correlation between battle deaths and the impact of terrorism, because terrorism is essentially used as an instrument of war. We've seen that the number of refugees and IDPs has steadily increased in the world. On the flip side, on the good side, I suppose you could say, we have seen a sustained decrease in global homicide rates. In terms of ongoing conflicts, the battle deaths spike that you see here was the wars in Iraq and Syria primarily. As those have come to a close, we've seen that go down. But like I mentioned before, we have seen an increase in numbers of conflicts. So we've seen that the large sort of theaters of war, the Syrias, the Iraqs, the Afghanistans have drawn to a close or become smaller. But we've seen a sprouting up of smaller regional conflicts around the world. Very briefly, in terms of militarization, a general decrease in armed forces personnel, general sustained decrease in military expenditure, although we have seen a steady increase in the number of weapons imports. So the economic impact of violence in 2020 we calculate to be $14.5 trillion. That's kind of sort of a difficult number to fathom, but it basically equates to 10% of the world's GDP, or nearly $2,000 per person. So I know that we can't sort of imagine a world that's completely peaceful, but hey, what if we could make it 10% more peaceful? Well, that would mean that there's $1.5 trillion that could be used to other economic activities, ideally, or a variety of activities, ideally activities that are going to contribute further to development of peacefulness. So this brings me to positive peace, which refers to the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. So this is a term that's used commonly in the peace building field, but we've tried to develop a quantitative measure for. And essentially what we've tried to do is take results from the Global Peace Index and compare that with thousands of measures of socioeconomic progress to see which are the ones that correlate most closely with subsequent ups and downs in a country's level of peace, right? To be able to see essentially what makes peace tick. There are 300 indicators that correlate very closely, and those, generally speaking, fall into 8 buckets, which we call the 8 pillars of positive peace. They are these ones. These are the characteristics of the most peaceful societies on Earth. And these pillars interact and relate to each other systemically in incredibly complex ways. One of the things that we see is that countries with high levels of positive peace also have higher per capita income, high levels of resilience to crises such as COVID-19, political shocks, ecological threats, better environmental outcomes, higher measures of well-being, and better performance on development goals. Now, there's also a very strong correlation with the SDGs. We see that 85% of the SDGs 169 targets are relevant to at least sort of 2 pillars of positive peace. The only area that we don't see that largely is for free flow of information and low levels of corruption, which are actually most described in SDG 16. So something to note there. Now, when we break out the positive peace indicators per domain, we see something pretty interesting. This is the overall positive peace score globally, which has improved 2.5% over the last decade. So if we then look at institutions, this is generally operations of government. We see that there has been more, that it is very slowly, progressively improved, right? If we see things like structures, which are things that are embedded in society, so specifically things like poverty, GDP, for example, and measures of GDP, we see a significant improvement, largely a reflection of higher levels of equality in society. But what we have seen over the last decade is a significant decrease in the attitudes domain, so which runs very counterintuitively to the improvements in structures. What does this look like in an individual country? I've pulled out the United States because this is where well, a lot of us are today, but this could apply to many other countries around the world. So on the left-hand side, you see the positive peace indicators, and you see that the largest deteriorations have been quality of information that people have access to. A term commonly used here, for example, is fake news. Factionalized elites, which is the reality or the impression that the government does not represent the people or is controlled by a very small group of people. And group grievances, as well as restrictions on freedom of the press as well. These are all also generally considered characteristics of authoritarian regimes. So this is contributing to, running parallel to, correlates with some of the global trends in civil unrest we've been seeing. There's been a sharp rise in the level of civil unrest over the last decade. The number of riots, general strikes, and anti-government protests has more than doubled. Europe has had the largest number of protests, riots, and strikes, although the majority of those have been peaceful. And civil unrest in sub-Saharan Africa has risen more than 800%. This is a breakout, sort of based on types of governance, in which we do see a general increase in civil unrest in all of these, but especially in what is deemed to be here flawed democracies. So, the general impression that there is a measure of inequality and people protesting those measures. So I'd just like to finish today. I couldn't not talk about COVID-19 and peace, of course. We've got a dedicated paper on this that came out about a month and a half ago. We expect most of the indicators on the Global Peace Index to deteriorate. Military expenditure may improve because countries will need all of that money essentially to be able to prop up their own economies. We see a change in the types of sort of crimes that are being committed, but we do generally expect that to return to how it was once the COVID pandemic has subsided. We do expect the US and Europe to see an increase in political instability in general. US-China relations are deteriorating, and that could have wider global implications. Support for UN peacekeeping operations and development aid is expected to significantly decrease. That could have significant repercussions on countries that are currently receiving aid, and even countries that are developed are likely to be impacted. Now, I'd like to leave you very quickly with this thought regarding the SDGs and the progress of the SDGs. On the right-hand side, you have an SDG 16 progress report that IEP generated that came out in March 2019. And I'd just like to raise the issue of where we are in terms of data collection for a lot of the things related to SDG 16. In this report, we noted that of the 56 indicators included in SDG 16 plus, less than half have officially recognized data sources. In 2018, 5 of the 12 SDG targets were not being measured by any country. Just 4 of the 44 indicators in SDG 16 have data for the 163 countries that we tracked. Now, this is a very apt time to sort of reconsider how we are doing, because obviously we're reaching the 5-year mark of the SDGs in general. So, I think it's a very valid exercise. We're actually seeking foundation partners to make this possible, as well as for the development of a US Peace Index that I think would be extremely relevant to the time as well. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Michael, thank you so much for the work of your institute. and your contributions today. Okay, now I would like to introduce our third panelist, Waqar Gilani, who will focus on the rise of violence against journalists and right to access information for strong institutions. Mr. Gilani is a Pakistan-based journalist with more than 15 years of experience of chasing stories of human rights violations, freedoms of religion, expression and press, religious extremism and persecutions, rights of marginalized sections of society, security, politics, and geopolitics. During the years, Mr. Gilani has contributed to a number of local and international publications, such as the News International, the New York Times, The Guardian, and the Wall Street Journal, among others. Mr. Gilani, welcome.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Can you hear me properly? Okay.
Very
so
well.
First of all, I thank you, Journalists and Writers Foundation, for giving me this opportunity to speak on such an important subject on the sidelines of United Nations General Assembly's annual session. So respected panelists and dear audience, in my brief discussion, I will be talking about the rise of violence against journalists and right to access to information for strong institutions in a country like Pakistan. The subject is important for every other country, but particularly it becomes more important and crucial for developing countries like Pakistan, where Pakistan is actually sixth largest population of the world. And that actually makes more important for the country to deal with this subject and matter, particularly when freedom of expression is actually different multiple challenges. So Pakistan is trying to effectively pursue the targets and development goals derived by the UN. Among others, SDG 16 is also a prime. Pakistan, along with the civil society, has to build some institutions, policy, and particularly in that section for 16.10, which is actually access to information and press freedom and related to my subject, there are efforts to make more better laws for access to information and also some guidelines and policies for the safety and protection of journalists. But target 16.10 of the SDGs specifically aims to promote means of to information and freedom, generally by making laws and policies and strengthening institutions. Target 16.10 calls to ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national legislation and international agreements. Efforts are underway with the help of civil society groups to make laws to ensure access to information and to curb violence against journalists. However, the process is slow and there is clear difference in theory and practice. The global media rights organizations have observed the press freedom and expression situation not up to satisfactory level in Pakistan. The Reporters Without Borders and International Media Rights Body in its 2020 annual report declared Pakistan 3 points down from 2019 on the World Press Freedom Index. The index is published looking at various factors to assign an overall score relating to the freedom of the press each year. It ranked Pakistan 145th out of countries, which was actually 3 degrees down as compared to 2019. In the last year, according to different press, media, and other freedom organizations and civil reports, there have been more than or nearly 100 different types of attacks on media groups or media persons in different parts of the country. Attacks involve physical harm, mental torture, verbal threats, and different means, especially exercising power and authority also allegedly by the state or state-owned institutions. There is a strong impression that the present democratic allegedly backed by the military establishment dramatically cut media freedom and independence, particularly performance. There is strong impression that military, by and large, controls the most of the media houses, especially electronic or TV channels. It uses media for the news and propaganda of its choice in the name of interest of the country. Apparently, propaganda by its arch rival neighboring India, democracy, media seems influenced under the slogan of nationalism and patriotism. A recent example is where an online story about the alleged assets beyond means of a family of a recently retired and influential army general was actually published by a new online group, an old journalist who operated on news agency working, and he actually was quickly offered a lucrative job by the government, retirement, and later appointed special advisors to prime. The media and exposed the true situation of access to and freedom of expression when people saw that no big media house ran that news or aired that news or even copied that news to tell the people about that story. Rather than that, after certain alleged pressures of the government, all the media houses issued clearly a contradiction and clarification by that military general about that story. And they did not run that actual story. And similarly, like what happened after the story, that the Security Exchange Commission of Pakistan, which is a body that regulates companies and such organizations, its press officer was actually picked up by certain organizations which are allegedly linked to security and military establishment, and he was freed after some days. And allegedly, the impression is that he was questioned about the leaking of that information, which was protected by that department or that commission. Similarly, biggest media house organization of the country is under arrest for last 6 months because of a 34 years old transaction. Impression is that this is the media house was critical of the present regime, and since last 6 months there have been no formal charge sheet against the media house owner, or he has any case before. Similarly, there are other incidents that access to information or expressions where journalists are being picked up for government regime or military establishment on social media or in their stories. Sometimes military establishment drop newspaper in addition hours. So the journalists, those differ with the military establishment policies, are allegedly removed from their media houses certain pressure. And use of words by the journalists criticizing government and military establishment, however, remains a question from the government for the justification of its use of authority. But it cannot be acceptable when it turns into not of the country. Along with this, a large media in the country is also, which is actually affecting the media. Recently, country's Prime Minister Imran Khan, speaking in America and United Kingdom, said that Pakistani media is freer than any other country. And he said that the right of freedom cannot be justified when they actually overly criticize the government. But actually, this is condemned by civil society groups when it comes or turns into violence against journalists in such a way. Difference of opinion is seriously required to build a healthy society, but challenge in Pakistan is how state or governments or even sometimes journalists react to this difference of opinion. Lack of tolerance and violent verbal or physical reaction to opinions and news are becoming a norm. Sadly, a balance is seriously required to allow independent media and freedom of expression to flourish. Similarly, access to information is selective. It is easy to access to for easy stories, but it is very complex for sensitive stories. As above in one example, where the SECP Security Exchange Commission officers were kidnapped by the security establishment for the alleged involvement of leaking of gas story. In this backdrop of SDG 16.10 for access to information and violence against journalists, there is need to do a lot for Pakistan. State and political regimes need to opt a balanced approach and should absorb criticism rather opting violent way to cover media. There is need to policies in a proper way, and they should not media still database of crime and violence against journalists as per SDG 16.10, and a proper implementation of laws related to access to information is still required. There is need to create a supporting that helps in the growth of independent media rather opting one polarized approach. We cannot bring behavioral changes either in the state institutions or in the civil society having a consensual and balanced approach towards SDG and institutions and laws. There is need for a proper regulatory framework that has freedom of expression. Use of social violence by journalists is also a challenge in this polarized atmosphere, and media houses and forums of editors have a big role in that. And they can build their role by shaping trainings, debates, and discussions on this subject. Similarly, there is need for protection and safety mechanisms by the media houses for their staff, those are on duty. The challenges, just to conclude, the challenges for Pakistan for a free and independent media are multiple, and solution is two-way. Criticism in a violent way by the powerful ones is not justifiable at all. There is need for a collective and balanced approach to tolerate each other and expression in a reasonable way. Pakistan still needs to do a lot for this. Unless we move gradually and consensually move forward towards freedoms of media, will remain a challenge and it will remain under threat in the country. As in her earlier discussion said that there is need for behavioral changes. So the biggest challenge for Pakistan to ensure freedom of expression and freedom of media and to curb violence against journalists is to bring behavioral changes within the institutions which are owned by the state and within society and within the media houses. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilani, remarks and contributions to today's panel. And now I would like to introduce our fourth and final panelist, Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Al-Zafur Rahman, who will focus on access to justice for transparency and accountability in governance. Dr. Rahman is a human rights lawyer and faculty member of the School of Global Studies at Thammasat University in Thailand. He has a PhD in human rights and peace studies from Mahidol University, also in Thailand. He's born in Bangladesh and began his professional career through voluntary services and community support programs. Since 1999, he's been working on human rights and development in 12 Asian countries and with many organizations, including the Ford Foundation, CARE, among others. His area of expertise comprises international human rights mechanism, election, democratization, conflict transformation, emergency management, and application of human security framework. Dr. Ahmad Rahman, sorry.
Thank you.
Can you
very
hear
much.
me well?
I
Welcome.
Thank
The
you
floor
very
is
much.
yours.
Thanks to the Journalist and Writers Foundation to invite me in this August program, and especially to talk about SDG 16, which is very close to my heart, not because it is an important thing, but also I believe that a lot of the effort that we are putting in terms of development are surrounding many specific issues rather than the one which need a whole lot of attention from the international community is getting very less, which is SDG 16. So probably that's one of the reasons why I feel very, it is important to discuss about this issue more than the other. So thanks, Journalists and Writers Foundation, to take this initiative. Dear panelists and the listener and the viewer, my discussion point is about the access to justice, which is again one of the component of SDG 16. Without going to the background of the discussion, and I know that all of our participants quite familiar with the discussion, I want to go straight to the point where the SDG 16 and the component of access to justice, what does that really means, and how this is going to affect a lot of other institutions. What is the nature of SDG 16's access to justice component vis-a-vis the other component in a functional modality? What is the challenge of measuring this particular component, and how to overcome this situation? I would also like to go a little bit more detail from the text that we have already in terms of what UNDP has come up with and what UN has been doing, rather than some of the practical challenges that we are facing in our day-to-day life. So with that notion, let us start in the discussion process. First of all, SDG 16 and the access to justice component has a clear characteristics of overlapping feature. So it is not something that goes alone. It is not something stands alone as a achievable component. Rather, it has the overlapping feature with all other targets within the scope of SDG 16. So if we think about the strong institution, it has a clear relationship with the notion of judiciary system itself. When we talk about peace, when we talk about the war kind of situation, or extrajudicial killing, or trafficking, or child rights, these are also some of the components that overlaps with the notion of access to justice. So in that regard, the feature of overlapping is a very important characteristics of the access to justice component. The second component that I think is also important to understand when we discuss about access to justice, the understanding about the access is not uniform in everywhere. So the word of access itself has a very different kind of connotation depending on where you are. So for example, a person in a society which pretty much hierarchical, the notion of access is very different than the person who is living in a free society. So the interpretation of that access to justice itself are pretty much used by the dominant political force in the society, in the country, for their own benefit in many senses, in many cases. And that's what really makes a lot of other consequence, a lot of other feature, which relatively impacting the human rights condition of the country. So with that discussion, if we just move ourselves to a very specific kind of challenges that we face when it comes to SDG 26 access to justice component, the indicator that we use to assess that access to justice is basically two. 16.3.1 and 16.3.2. That's two. The first one is all about the idea of criminal, what you call crime, reputation, and then the other one is unsentenced detainee. If we just think about the indicator itself, we can see the stark contrast with what UN itself perceive as the indicator of rule of law. Under the UN system, we know there is at least minimum 135 indicator regarding the rule of law, whereas SDG 16 is only calculating 2 out of this 135. So the gap is enormous, and it is very obvious that just by report on the criminal prosecution and the detainee, we cannot obviously understand the whole state of access to justice. Yeah. There are so many other issues; those are relevant here. But unfortunately, the report of SDG Justice is unable to really capture the whole notion of access to justice itself. So that's really my third component of the discussion. Now, the fourth component of the discussion, and I think that's also very important, the way we use those indicators, the way we collect the data for the reporting or for the voluntary report or the progress report, even in that case, are often very much restricted in the nature. As we all know, that our shipment from the MDG to SDG happened just to bring ourselves from those narrow interpretation of development and move towards a very inclusive idea of sustainable development. But whereas when you're talking about this collection method of the data, how we process the report, we often focus ourselves on a very restricted way of collecting data, rather than getting it from the third source, or even the possibility of civil society participation and providing a subsidiary data in that regard is often very restricted. So if this is the case, we can see that the only available source of data is our government institutions. And unfortunately, most of the government institutions are not really capable enough to do that kind of data support. Yeah. So if we don't have the data, if we don't have those information, we're not going to achieve the right state. We don't understand the right state. And of course, the policy formation cannot take place. This is a very big challenge. And that leads me to my fifth point of the discussion. And I think this is again a very important issue when you're talking about the participation and the authority of the state over some of its institutions. For example, when we are talking about state institutions are supporting data, we know that some of the institutions could be very much biased depending on what is the political structure and establishment of the country. Depending on that, a country establishment can easily motivate and to some extent they can change the data, they can change this information, those are available. And if this is the case, that means we are basically assessing a country on a complete wrong data, or complete wrong set of information. And that really gives us a very, I would say, not a very positive kind of situation. If we just look about some of the extreme kind of government and strong institutions, strong government emerging in many countries, what they are doing, they are manipulating the judiciary. And that's exactly what is happening in many countries. And what we are seeing that the tool judiciary as an independent pillar of the state, it has been changed to be a tool of excessive power or control, whatever we can say. Yeah, and that also gives us the discussion of it is one of the way how the human rights situation are being really violated in many domestic levels. So when you're talking about SDG and you're saying about the national support as an indicative feature and international support as a normative feature or comparative feature, we are lost. We are lost because none of those are connected. So these are some of the very basic challenges I try to bring in the discussion, and I think that it is really time because we are passing the phasing time. We're passing the time to progress, creating more progress report. So this is really the time to reflect ourselves, and especially reflect the those who are at the policy making stage, to see and invade that whether it is a correct policy, is a correct process, the framework that we are really focusing on, whether this is really functional framework or not. We need to challenge that thing, and if it is needed, we need to go back and review. I mean, that's what happened over time. So if needed, we need to review the whole thing, and we need to see how things could be adjusted, corrected, and bring for the betterment of the protection of human rights and ensuring the access to justice. I would try to stop here because there are so many other issues, and I think the Q&A session will bring those things together. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and your contributions, Dr. Rahman. Now we're going to enter the Q&A session, final portion of today's panel, and I'm going to ask all of our panelists to come back on stage and keep their microphones muted as we're having some echo in the background. Until it's time to talk, if you could please keep your mics muted. Wonderful. Here you all are. Let me thank you again, each one of you, for taking the time to joining such a relevant conversation today around important dimensions of this Global Goal 16. And again, to thank the Writers and Journalists and Writers Foundation for bringing us all together at a crucial time. So I would like to, as the moderator of this panel discussion, I'd like to start with, would like to hear from your own reflections when it comes to the increasingly important role that youth is playing in peace processes. I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you see youth and their opportunities and challenges when it comes to the specific dimensions that you tackle for Global Goal 16. There's quite a bit of momentum right now around the world in terms of elevating and supporting youth as the main agents of change, but really from not just hearing their voices, bringing them to the decision-making tables and work together to forge change. So that's my question for all of you, and whoever would like to tackle it first. Do I have a volunteer?
Yeah, I'd be very happy to. So yeah, I mean, I think the participation of youth has been critical in many ways to actually sort of, and responsible primarily for the large shift that we've seen, especially in the UN. I mean, there's kind of sort of been an internal and external acknowledgement that there needs to be reform within the UN. But I mean, this is really, especially leading into UN 75, being pushed by youth of the caliber of Greta Thunberg, but also all of the mass of youth working behind the scenes. And I think the technological innovation that we've sort of seen over the last 5 to 10 years that allows groups of youth to be able to come together and kind of sort of provide a level of pressure that had never been seen before has had considerable impact. So in terms of what I think is going to happen in the next 5-10 years, that'll continue and definitely should.
Definitely have the power to mobilize society in different ways. But they also equally, in addition to being provided access to be heard and be at the table, they need to be equipped to be real change makers through education and tools for that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I would say that as a research institution, we do get approached very often to and that is often the question. It is a young person that comes, a group of young people that come, and they say, we really want to work on this, but what do we do? And that's where I think that those of us that aren't youth can obviously sort of provide the best support, provide that mentorship, provide that guidance as needed, and they provide the lifeblood to take it.
Absolutely. Anyone else would like to comment on youth
Paula, ¿puedo decir
Sí.
en español?
Okay, I'll do my best.
Yes. Para mí es fundamental la educación para prevenir, bueno, el tema que yo toqué, ¿no? Para prevenir el tema del tráfico de material de abuso sexual infantil y también que las empresas proveedoras de Internet tengan obligación de denunciar, como hay una ley federal en Estados Unidos, que sea así en el resto del mundo. Eso es muy, muy importante. Pero la educación también, porque los adultos somos migrantes en la era digital, pero los niños no. Y de todas maneras, ambos necesitamos educarnos.
Let's see if I remember. There were, but mostly what Judge Molina is saying, that education is key here. Access to education is key in terms of understanding the threats, the cyber threats, when it comes to which she alluded earlier on during her presentation, and the dangers for minors. And also the way we hold corporations accountable when they are providing their services and operating globally and locally. Thank you, Natalia. Very good point. Anyone else?
Well, I'll just share a very small, very brief idea. I mean, definitely youth are the most important part for future. And when you're talking about the development thing, it is very important to orient them with what sort of development we are talking. Yeah. But very encouragingly, most of the youth population within developed and developing world, they are very pro-green, if I say in the very straightforward way. They are very rebellion in some extent against the so-called establishment, negative impact of the establishment. So these are some of the positive way. They need to be educated. That is true. So information is a very important. Access to information is a very important component in there. Education is a very important part there. What sort of education we are providing. So I would say the SDG, in a way, it has to be a holistic way for the youth population. But one important area within the scope of SDG 16, I think, is very important for the youth as well, which is a lot of international institutions are not that strong. So when you're talking about strong institutions, we are actually sleeping from there. I mean, we know that what happened with the WHO very recently. I mean, this is a pandemic time, and on what sort of challenge WHO has to face on the face of the operationalization of its own activity. Similarly, we can talk about a lot of discussion about UN itself. So the thing is, youth could be another vanguard for next step of creating a better institution for the world with a new idea of reform, placing themselves within the process of not the leadership, if not the leadership, but at least in the process of consultation. That could be in one way to counsel the participation of youth in the entire decision making process.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. Any more comments on that?
Yeah, may I speak, please?
Absolutely. Go
So
ahead.
I think you have rightly mentioned, and as Dr. Rahman also mentioned, I think youth has very critical role because they are the future leaders. And in a country like Pakistan, we have more than 50% population of the country, which is actually, we say, youth bulge. I mean, they are between the ages of 20 and 35. So they have a critical role in that. But the challenge is actually, as Dr. Rahman also mentioned, that behavioral changes in institutions. And that is the biggest challenge, because the organizations or the secondary organizations of the United Nations, I mean, they are not enforcing things in the countries. I mean, their role is like of a catalyst, or they can just slightly push the things, or they can recommend things to different societies and countries. But the challenge within the societies, and particularly developing countries, is actually to bring behavioral changes within the state-owned institutions and to promote education so that youth can play better positive role in the coming days. Thank you.
Stated. Could not agree more. We're going to go now to some of the questions we're getting from the audience. Thank you, audience, for participating. Michael, I have one question for you. If you analyze the Global Peace Index 2015 to 2020, what are some of the trends emerged within the last 5 years? Does the data give us some information for the projection of positive peace in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so we generally see trends or through the GPI and positive peace, and it's kind of sort of a bit like the Titanic or a slow moving ship, right? So you generally kind of sort of you don't tend to see, especially when you're looking at it globally, when any major differences between countries tend to kind of sort of smooth out. You don't tend to see sort of an immediate shift year on year, and even a sort of a 5-year time span is relatively short. So we largely expect levels of peacefulness to follow that metric, so to essentially slightly decline, similar to positive peace, especially with view of the ongoing civil unrest. We expect positive peace and civil unrest to continue to increase in the US and in Europe. As well as in Africa. The thing that's kind of sort of been a bit of the spanner in the works, which can potentially make it horribly worse, or perhaps has some silver lining, is COVID-19. So we, it's too early for us to kind of sort of assess that based on the data that we have, but that will significantly have an impact due to the massive economic impact that it's had specifically. So largely the prognosis is not great.
Thank you, Michael. I'm waiting for more questions to be sent my way. Here we go. And sometimes they're not addressed to any particular panelist, so feel free to answer as you see, please. How closely do you work with grassroots youth organizations where real transformation occurs? You challenge your constituents to give youth a voice and a seat at the decision-making table. This was related to the question that we, to some extent, already addressed, but now perhaps more directly, are you working closely with youth in shaping their involvement and participation?
If it's all right with you, Paula, I'd actually like to jump on this one.
Go ahead.
So we have a network of 1,500 IEP ambassadors that essentially help provide training and help distribute IEP research throughout the world. That's an open process, and out of the 1,500 ambassadors, the majority, if not practically all, are youth. The reason I bring that up is because we actually have an open cohort for ambassadors right now as we speak. So if you are interested in becoming an IEP ambassador, please don't hesitate to do so. Visit our webpage and you'll be able to register.
Thank you for flagging that. Absolutely. I would like the organizers that, as a follow-up from this conversation, we share the number of resources that you brought to our attention today, so they can learn more and get involved with some of your activities. Anyone else would like to pitch on that very specific question of how are you, from your space in the Global Goal 16 work, are engaging with youth? Any examples?
I think I can just share very briefly about our own work. As an academic institution, we do work with the youth. I mean, that's what our area. But beside that, we are creating a lot of extra curriculum program. For example, summer program. It's a kind of immersion program that youths are coming and they are coming from across the different countries of the world, both south and north. They are trained for a certain period of time, 2 weeks, and then they sent to the community. They stay with the community people. They learn the community activity and challenges, and also they design some of the solution for the community. So it's a very much problem-solving method, but very grassroots oriented. So they had to stay with the community people for 1 month and then observe what are the problem and solve the problem along with the community participation. That's just one of the example. But yeah, that kind of activity that we are doing.
I was just told that Natalia Judge Molina works with organizations and volunteers that provide training about different types of crimes. That's important. It's access to education and it's training at all levels, youth and beyond. So that's worth mentioning. At my association, the UN Association of the National Capital Area, we work through Model UN. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Model UN. That's the framework that we use to bring about knowledge of relevant global issues to middle and high school students in our jurisdiction. But it's not only the access to that knowledge, it's also the tools that they're going to need to be effective when it comes to advocating for those issues, advocating for themselves, and one day perhaps representing their countries. So communication, negotiation skills, those are critical skills that if we want youth to succeed, is we need to give them access, but we also need to give them the tools to be effective agents of change. So that's my 2 cents of sharing of what we're doing at the local level. Okay, I have another question. How can we ensure good governance in countries where the rule of law and generally constitutionalism are not upheld? Who would like to answer
I think that directs to me. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, how can we ensure? How can we ensure?
Read it again. How can we ensure good governance in countries where the rule of law and generally constitutionalism are not upheld?
Fantastic. I think in my discussion, I try to point those very basic issues that when you talk about SDG 16 and the component of access to justice, it is very poorly framed, as I said, and the indicators are very poorly framed there. So it doesn't really capture the whole idea of good governance in those indicators at all. So it is very unlikely that when there is not good governance, the access to justice is really there, hardly any presence there. I just give you a very simple example. A war-torn country where there is a civil war or a military conflict is going on, how can we ensure there is access to justice for all the people there? I mean, it's impossible. It's quite impossible. But to capture that kind of phenomena in a progression report or bring that in the context of discussion is oftentimes missing the framework that we have. So that's one big argument. The second argument is when you talk about the access issues for the judiciary, it is pretty much contextualized issue. So without considering that context, we cannot really come up with a single set of standard for everything. So that's again a very big challenge. So yeah, I am pretty much in solidarity with the same question, and I think this is what I have been trying to push in my speech as well. Thank you.
And anyone else would like to comment on this?
Yeah, I'd be very happy to add to that. I'm in complete agreement. A lot of the least peaceful countries are caught in what we call sort of negative feedback loop, right? So it's weak institutions providing poor services that lead to an increase in conflict that leads to weaker institutions, right? And one of the challenges there is that the solution to that isn't specifically rule of law. You can't have rule of law in a country where people don't have right? So invariably the solution is a lot broader than specifically tackling the question of rule of law, and basically all elements related to good governance need to be reinforced, largely along the lines of sort of the positive peace framework that I was describing before in order for the rule of law to come up.
Anyone else on this?
Maybe Paula.
Okay.
I could like that it's necessary to unite in common ideas and form organization maybe, but organization strong.
Thank you. You're alluding to the importance of coming together and collaborating through partnerships, right? Colaboración, el poder de las colaboraciones.
Yeah.
¿Sí? Okay. Anyone else on this? Oh. Okay. I'm just looking at the chat. We are nearing the end, and I want to give each one of you an opportunity to ask a burning question from the rest of the panel if you haven't had a chance yet through the internal chat that we have backstage. Please feel free. And also then to give me your summary highlights of what you like the audience to remember and reflect upon about the dimension of Global Goal 16 that you have addressed today as we enter the 75th anniversary of the UN. And this is really a time for, it's a monumental time for tackling unprecedented challenges, but also to come up with a new way of living and building a sustainable world.
Concluding statement in that regard. Thank you, Paula, for bringing. The whole idea of a judiciary is just out of the discussion. It's just concluding statement, so we can say that that many governments in the world are using judiciary as a tool to perpetuate their authority and power. This is a very scary situation. When you're talking about judiciary, which is a guard to protect the human rights of the ordinary people, instead of protecting the human rights, it is acting to violate the human rights of the people. So this is a very reverse process now going on internationally. And I would say where many governments, those are internationally very well reputed, but back in home, the issues like extrajudicial killing, border killing, prosecution of political minorities and political opposition, these are rampant through the judiciary that are taking place. Yeah, and what we're seeing is the idea of global cooperation in some sort of alliance or to some extent even supporting some of the economic gain. Those governments are being supported and endorsed by international community in many ways. As I said, data are not really coming in a neutral way, so we are not getting the accurate picture about the judiciary integrity of the judiciary. So it is acting as a reverse tool to perpetuate the power and authority of many regimes across the world. So I think that should be one of the element of the future thought. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Paula?
Yes.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. My conclusion is that what we are doing here in the key to grow and develop, we need to work together and embrace collaboration to ensure a better world for everyone. I think.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, so I'm actually glad that I get this opportunity to build on my last remarks, which were the prospect is not good. I felt like the temperature of the room went. So I'd like to clarify that statement in perhaps a slightly more optimistic way, and that is to reinforce the youth leadership and participation component that we discussed, and the amazing advancements that have been done and will be done, no doubt. Number two, the UN 75 and the whole reckoning that the UN is going through, I think can lead or will lead to extremely, extremely good things at a much faster pace with regards to the SDGs. Third, the degree of technological innovation, perhaps not in terms of computing processes, but certainly in terms of communication between partners. One of the positive outcomes, if you will, of COVID, I think could also have a significant impact on how we approach the issue going forward, positive impact. And then largely the element of resilience. A lot of the countries that have been impacted by COVID are going to really be considering, what are the additional measures that they should be putting in place? How should multilateral cooperation be reinforced to deal with these kind of crises in the future? So in many ways, I don't think, COVID never comes at a good time, but I think that there's a lot that we can learn from it that could lead to positive impact.
Well said. Thank you, Michael. Mr. Gilani?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think SDG 16 is directly related to access to justice and access to information, and actually it is linked to the crime happening in a society. So that is why it is very important, I think, to discuss this issue. And the biggest thing which I mentioned, and you also mentioned in your earlier discussion, that the behavioral changes within the institutions that are very important, because you cannot bring change in a society without behavioral changes within the institutions, particularly owned by the state. And for that, we need a two-way approach, which needs dialogue, which needs tolerance, which needs acceptance of others' views. So if we bring that, then we can mold a society towards a sustainable development goal, towards justice and freedom of expression and information. Without that, we will be facing huge challenges. So that's all. So I think the biggest issue with the developing country is to bring behavioral changes within the institutions for the making of those SDGs possible. Thank you very much.
Well, thank all of you for taking the time to participate in today's panel and to being a part of, through your organizations and work, shaping the Sustainable Development Agenda on a very, very important goal, Global Goal 16, which is really, as we alluded throughout this conversation, critical when it comes to also enabling the achievement of the other global goals. We really need to build and sustain peace in order to be able to have access to quality education, have access to health, and so on. So the power of education and advocacy is something that resonates, and obviously in some parts of the world is much more challenging than in others. But we're also all much more interconnected around the world, and tools and ways to help each other and collaborate. So while we are facing unprecedented challenges, as you mentioned, Michael, COVID-19 is exacerbating every other challenge that we've been facing, from climate to inequalities. But it's also teaching us a lesson in terms of re-examining the way we've been living, which has not been sustainable. How are we behaving with other human beings, with other countries, with the planet? We have to re-examine everything, and it's going to be a test for being resilient. You're absolutely right about that. But I am, despite those challenges that can be quite overwhelming when one thinks about them, I also have hope, tremendous hope in humanity. I think that this is happening at a very particular time because the world really needs to evolve to a new and more sustainable stage. So we're in this together. I think the pandemic is showing us that we're definitely all in this together, and it's bringing a lot of positive solutions and aspects that people are working on. So once again, thank you so much to each one of you for your time today. Keep up the good work. Stay connected. We can exchange information backstage. I love to stay in touch explore collaborations. And again, a big, big thank you to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for bringing us all together. Excellent program. Thank you so much. Be safe. Stay well. Bye. Bye.
And speakers in panel 2 for their outstanding presentations, remarks, and substantial analysis of data on peace, justice, and human rights. We also agree that youth empowerment, leadership, participation play an important role to offer solutions, sustainable solutions to social, economic, and environmental challenges. There are amazing young people who have the knowledge, skills, and determination to make a difference in our global world. Greta Thunberg is one of the renowned environmental activists who has inspired and millions of young people across the globe to take an action on climate change. Likewise, is another young activist for human rights advocacy, especially the education of women and children. She is the youngest Nobel Prize laureate. There are tens of thousands of young people who want to make a difference in our society, who want to express their ideas on peace building, climate change, social justice. And now we have a performance by a group of youth from the Cage Free Voices. The name of the performance is Great A Human, too viral.
With my melanin in hand. Mental health, counselor, or silence. God said that there is a promised land. Does he talk, or is there silence? And right now, Matthias. In the throes of injustice, Novocaine in your veins, numb to being alive, soul shut up by your mind. Thoughts of suicide, barely reading the signs that God has made. But your debt has been paid, future appraised, fearfully and wonderfully grade A human. Top-notch quality. Maybe you're finished strong, no, it's not a probably, you're honestly closer than you believe. The gunshot rang and you thought it was sent to grieve and cause problems, not realizing it was ammunition to have you running to solve them. The race has started, and if you finish, you'll be rewarded. Even McCormick understands there are seasons. Shake it up, tossed about, your salt mixed up for a lot of reasons. Your rebirth makes the earth travail. Extra, read all about it. What can I do with all of this in my head? Teen struggling with distant learning. The adrenaline is pushing like my life is about to end. 50% of students attending class today. And my blood is flowing with my melanin in hand. Mental health, counselor, or silence. God said that there is a promised land. Does he talk, or is there silence? And right now, it seems like it was all a dream. Class participation grade 0.
2020 or 2020, what a year. Everyone sitting at home in fear. As coronavirus swept across the world, made a problem's world. People felt sick, deaths were rampant, not just in my country, but all over the world. Hooray, there's a way out. Once we back stop the breakout. Testing, tracing, and isolation measures have been taken to manage the epidemic. We have the responsibility to halt the knockout. Just listen before you jump. Wash your hands often. Wear your nose mask. Use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Above all, keep a cheerful heart, and the world will be rid of COVID-19. Thank you.
Corona can't stop my drip. Corona can't stop my flex. Spin it back with a stimulus check. Got a check, I ain't even need a check. Graduate, came down and I did. Turn my crib to a gym, no flex. Oh, well, have me hitting my dance. Had it closed on my crib, big bang. 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet. Expired in the air. Got a mask and the gloves for the gear. Hey, my don't rush challenge real quick. Hey, my close back up, cause you know I ain't going nowhere. Strike that pose, pose, pose. Wow, strike that pose, 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 pose. No peace, no justice. It's not equal if you know you don't trust us. Equity, not equal. It don't matter if you exclude P. Got a 5-year plan for the SDGs. Partners overseas for the change we see. UNGA Conference 2020.
And just when you think this quarantine is over, wait till you hear that Black children lost their own mothers.
Obeying the law of staying in, going out, mask on, mask off, 1 foot, 6 feet, to clean or not to clean.
The point of what I'm saying is that people need to think about actions.
Pandemic or rapture.
Not just for a laugh or just satisfaction.
To be me or not to be me.
Cages. Cages confine until we realize lies that disguise and hide these eyes from seeing the true picture. The great man in the mirror.
Matthias!
Wow, what a wonderful and a very creative performance with such a strong message. We want to send a special thanks to Drake and Donovan Brown from Matthew Hanson Middle School in Maryland and Oluwa Ferani Davies from Essie Gold School from Lagos in Nigeria and Terence Ever Carolina AT&T. This is the end of the panel session 2. Please stay with us. We will start our shortly. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel session 3 that discusses the lessons learned from the COVID-19 social and economic development for sustainability. We are living in an unprecedented time in history of humanity that we face a global health crisis, coronavirus or COVID-19. We must remember that this is not only a health crisis, but it is a social, economic, and environmental crisis. The COVID-19 taught us at least one lesson, that diseases, disasters, and crises do not discriminate people by race, ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background. It doesn't really matter if you are a developed or a developing country. When it hits everybody hard. To overcome this disease, we need to work collectively. We need collective efforts and actions to fight against the coronavirus that is targeting our health, our economy, and our security. We have to work together. We have to stand united in this fight because we are stronger together. But of course, we are not pessimistic about the future. On the contrary, we are very hopeful for the future. If we all work together, we can come out of this crisis even stronger. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce another amazing youth performance by the IFLCU entitled Smile Beneath Your Mask, a song about love and hope.
They called it COVID, I called it fear. It made me shy away, drowning my tears. I thought that hope was lost and the end was near. But when it came to pass, I knew the truth was clear. Let's stand together, love one another. We're sisters and brothers, let's fight this together. Just smile beneath your mask. Just smile beneath your mask. The world is trembling, nowhere to fly. How did it come to this? We're forced to hide. But in the darkness, yeah, we can try. Our love, it shines so bright in our lives. Let's stand together, love one another. We're sisters and brothers, let's fight this together. Just smile beneath your mask. Just smile beneath your mask.
This virus called Corona, it keeps on getting stronger. Like when we ran, it's making the world feel so small and colder. Thousands of people dying, so many families crying. Shout out to the doctors, cause they're really trying. Hopes in their cure, but the talk is getting higher. The people are scared cause this virus spread like a wildfire. It's time to pay attention to the health organization. So wash your hands, wear a mask, practice social distance. All of peace and this madness, and fill us with your goodness. Please give us hope and a lot of faith, and your love that's endless. I put my trust in you, cause I know your word is true. I raise my hand and pray to next know I'll make it through.
We can be the cure, we can fight it through. We can change the world together, me and you. And we're gonna smile through it. Just smile beneath your mask. Just smile beneath your mask. Let's stand together, love one another. Sisters and brothers, let's fight this together. Just smile beneath your mask. Just smile beneath your
Wow. Again, another amazing performance. And these youth got really talent. We want to thank Paradise College students from Papua New Guinea. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Anton Mozorov, to deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Mozorov is a member of parliament from the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, and he is also a member of the Committee on International Affairs.
I'm delighted to make a keynote address on the subject ongoing communication and engagement strategies in combating the pandemic. However, before I do so, allow me on behalf of the State Duma, lower house of our Russian parliament, to bring you greetings from the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia and our people. I also thank the organizers for extending the invitation to be part of this very important event. Humankind has never faced so many global challenges as it does today. In addition to legal ones, the COVID-19 pandemic has already become a real global health and economic crisis. Russia was affected by COVID-19 as many other countries and became in part of an ongoing pandemic of this disease. There are many speculations about the origin of that disease. Some sources insist that this virus is a part of some kind of bioweapon. However, all scientific analysis found no evidence that the virus was made in a laboratory or otherwise artificially engineered. It was confirmed that the virus came to Russia on January 31, 2020, with 2 Chinese citizens visiting Tyumen, Siberia, and Chita, Russian Far East. Both Chinese were tested positive for the virus. As a step to prevent virus spreading, the extensive testing had started and the border with China was closed. From February 2020, all passengers arriving to Moscow by air from COVID-19, most affected countries such as China, Iran, and South Korea were met by a number of medical workers and in protective gear in charge for passengers screening. People who came from Europe before those flights were cancelled had their temperatures taken and were sent home for a mandatory 14 days quarantine. On March 2nd, 2020, the infection spread from Italy, brought some additional measures such as cancelling mass public events, closing schools, theaters, and museums, as well as shutting the international borders and declaring a non-working period, which, after 2 extensions, lasted until May 11, 2020. By the end of March, the vast majority of regions and cities, including Moscow, had imposed lockdowns. However, by April 17, 2020, COVID cases had been confirmed all over the country. As a transcontinental country, Russia has the highest number of confirmed cases in Europe and the second highest in Asia after India. However, in the world, we are after United States, Brazil, and India. We have over 1 million total cases, over 170,000 active cases, around 900,000 recovered, and close to 2,000 deaths. Those figures are quite impressive. However, as per 1,000 population, Russia takes the 40th place by total cases in only the 100th place by the number of deaths. Furthermore, we are the first by number of COVID tests per 1,000 population. Over 38 million coronavirus tests have been done already, and the members of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia and its member of parliaments are among the most active participants of this campaign. For example, our party headquarters has such tests twice a month. Moscow headquarters was tested yesterday. Our effective strategy to fight the pandemic included the following: strengthening the country's health care system, expansion of intensive care capacities and measures to slow down the infection. A great number of hospitals all over the country got so-called a red zone, wards to treat COVID-19 patients. On the very short notice, Russian army has established 18 field emergency hospitals to cover remote and most affected areas. Only mass vaccination could stop any pandemic. Therefore, the main Russian research institutes started to work on it from the very beginning. Clinical trials of coronavirus vaccine developed by the Gamaleya Research Institute were officially completed on August 1, 2020, followed by 6 other research institutes. The government of Russia has initially responded to the pandemic with preventive measures to curb the spread of coronavirus disease, which involved imposing quarantines, carrying raids on potential virus carriers, and using facial recognition to impose quarantine measures. Those measures to prevent a crisis in Russia include banning of exports of medical masks, random checks on the Moscow transport system, including Moscow subway, cancellation of large-scale public events. The Russian government has also taken measures to prevent foreign citizens from heavily affected countries from visiting Russia. Regional governments have also responded to the pandemic by imposing their own preventive measures in their local communities. On March 29, 2020, stay-at-home order for all residents was introduced in Moscow. Citizens were not allowed to leave their homes except in cases of emergency medical care and other threats to life and health. Only limited number of people from vital industries were allowed to travel to work. Moscow citizens could make purchases only in the nearest shop or pharmacy, to walk pets at a distance not exceeding 100 meters from the place of residence, as well as to take out this garbage. Socially safe distance of 1.5 meters should be kept between people. The similar self-isolation regime was imposed on Moscow region and many other regions and cities. Such limitations, frankly speaking, were not popular among our population and even caused some social tensions. Thus, testing the identification of cases, tracing contacts, isolation, these are all measures that WHO proposed and recommends, and they were in place all the time, all over in Russia. This disease affected the whole nation with no exception. On April 25, 2 cases of COVID were confirmed in State Duma, the lower chamber of the Federal Assembly, our parliament. On May 13, 2020, the chairman of the State Duma, Vyacheslav Volodin, announced that the 5 deputies have been infected. On May 20, the chairman of the Federal Council, the upper chamber of our parliament, Valentina Matvienko, said that 5 senators had recovered from COVID-19. Thus, over 30 deputies of our parliament in total were affected by coronavirus. The Liberal Democratic Party of Russia and its chairman, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, were among the first who started active campaign against COVID-19. From the very beginning, on February 19, LDPR chairman demanded that all Duma deputies should strictly comply with the rules of personal hygiene, wear protective masks and gloves, periodically and properly clean hands, maintain safe distance with others. Furthermore, Vladimir Zhirinovsky demanded to stop all handshakes and greeting hugs. As a result, being the first in those protective measures, LDPR Duma deputies have avoided getting sick by COVID-19. It was also decided to minimize the number of deputy assistants in State Duma. The general access to Duma was limited, and the majority of deputy assistants had started to work online from home. Due to trips for Duma deputies were cancelled, as well as many public gatherings planned for spring-summer 2020 were postponed, including annual international large-scale forum development of the parliamentarism. The State Duma authorities announced extra sanitization measures, limitations of quantity for parliamentary hearings and roundtables. On April 30, the Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, Mikhail Murashko, came to the State Duma to meet LDPR deputies and the party chairman Vladimir Zhirinovsky. Both sides discussed the joint efforts to contain COVID-19 spreading, how to provide people with low income with regular medical assistance and medicines. Telecommunication has already proved to be the most effective measure to minimize COVID spread. Thus, further emergency telemedicine development was the main topic of the discussion. Talking about preventive measures, LDPR chairman again pointed out the urgent necessity to wear protective masks and gloves in public. When Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin was in Duma on July 22, with his report on the cabinet recent activities, Vladimir Zhirinovsky drew attention to the fact that the Prime Minister is not wearing protective mask, giving a wrong example to all others, especially taking into consideration that Mikhail Mishustin got sick with COVID-19 last April and even was hospitalized. Other LDPR deputies also actively participated in the joint fight against COVID-19 with concentration on the importance of preventive measures. LDPR fraction deputies made several initiatives and proposals to fight COVID-19 more effectively. Among LDPR fraction initiatives are a proposal to reserve a significant share of advertising spaces in the city center and for anti-pandemic campaign to provide school children and students with protective masks free of charge, and even to start a new school year 1 month later on October 1, 2020, to minimize the risk of pandemic among our children. Being a member of State Duma Committee on International Affairs, I advocate against premature opening of the international flight to resort areas. COVID-19 came to our country from abroad, and we should not forget about it. On August 11, 2020, Russia became the first country across the globe to register a vaccine against the coronavirus infection. The vaccine was developed by the Russian Health Ministry's Gamaleya National Research Center, underwent clinical trials in July. This great achievement of Russian medical science got full support from LDPR. Vladimir Zhirinovsky proposed to reward all people involved. Sputnik vaccine proved again that Russia is one of the highest medical powers. Western countries are trying to neglect our achievements because they were looking for monopoly in the vaccine production that could bring billions of super profit for their pharmaceutical giants. Russia also took part of the international project to develop and distribute a vaccine against coronavirus in a new type, one of the founders of which is the World Health Organization. Moreover, the chairman of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, was among the first injected with the first in the world registered coronavirus vaccine. He also called to vaccinate all the party's 300,000 members as volunteers at the first test stage, and we will have started our registration for this vaccination. Yes, our country had some achievements in that fight against COVID-19 pandemic. However, we could not rest until the threat could be eliminated completely. With reference to LDPR's chairman's opinion, ongoing pandemic revealed weak points and mistakes of Russia's country healthcare policy system. Therefore, the forthcoming parliamentary session should be fully concentrated on required corrective measures. We fully support the UN position that the COVID-19 pandemic is more than a health crisis. It is an economic crisis, a humanitarian crisis, a security crisis, and a human rights crisis as well. Coming out of this crisis will require a whole of society, whole of government, and whole of the world approach driven by compassion and solidarity. On September 11, 2020, the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution for a comprehensive and coordinated response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which became an important contribution to enhancing global solidarity and give more possibility for the international cooperation. Finally, no country in the world will be able to tackle COVID-19 on its own. The main strategy should be to act collectively so that nobody can be left behind. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce panel session 3, Mr. J.J. Green, who is the National Security Correspondent at the WTOP Radio. He reports daily on international security, intelligence, foreign policy, terrorism, and cyber developments. He hosts the weekly podcast Target USA, which examines the threats facing the USA. He also hosts the weekly broadcast program The Hunt, conducting in-depth interviews with experts. Mr. Green, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, and thank you to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for the opportunity to participate in this important event. I would especially like to express my appreciation to Mr. Mehmet Kilic and Ms. Cemre Ulker and Ms. Ezra Aydin for the opportunity to address this distinguished audience and moderate this panel, and for all of the assistance they've given me and helped me with to get prepared for this. Almost 1 million people have died from COVID-19, about 5,000 a day. There are 1,440 minutes in a day. There are 86,400 seconds in a day. During the next 5 minutes or so, many people will lose their lives to COVID-19. The most important takeaway for me from this panel is going to be that every second counts. So the information we share today can save many lives. As a journalist who's traveled to foreign war zones many times in the last 15 years, I've seen the toll that pandemics, war, famine, and political chaos can take on humanity. But this year, 2020, is the first time that I've lived through this at home. Just yesterday, the U.S. death toll from COVID-19 reached 200,000, more than any place in the world. And I've seen friends and family die needlessly because of bad information or no information in one of the most developed countries in the world. It's made me much more committed to working tirelessly to help bring an end to this pandemic and trying to prevent another from happening. As racial tension, COVID-19, ongoing conflicts, and political chaos test the cohesiveness of this planet, it's time for me, for us, to reach deeper. Our world faces unprecedented challenges that day by day, degree by degree, undermine our ability to perform the vital work of truth-seeking and responsible and inclusive reporting. Those challenges are existential threats to our industry, our constituents, and our world. We must work to defeat those challenges. Those challenges include distortion of facts and efforts to discredit and harm journalists. People are dying in the US and around the world because they're confused about what is true and what is not about COVID-19. People are dying because they can't get access to the care that they need. People are dying because they've lost their jobs, family members to this disease, and people are dying because they've lost hope. We have work to do. This work includes in exposing the lies, the threats to our safety and security, promoting understanding of them, and helping to create mechanisms to defeat them. The very fact that we are meeting virtually this year to continue this important work carries with it both the gravity of the situation the world faces, being physically cut off from moving freely and engaging in necessary business and governance and security and health matters, means the reality that we can still get most of what needs to be done anyway. But it comes at a cost that takes more time, more patience, and real ingenuity. Many of us have had to figure out how to do things we've forgotten how to do. Many of us have forgotten how to get along without jumping into a car or a train or a bus to go someplace. Many of us have forgotten how to sit with just our thoughts and our imaginations. COVID-19 has reminded me of all of those things. And I don't say this to try to make this horrific pandemic to be a good thing. I say it to remind us that there are people on this planet during the best of times who stay home for months at a time. There are people on this planet that get by without jumping in a car, on a train, or a bus to go someplace. And there are people on this planet who just sit with their thoughts and their imaginations every day. We who had so much before COVID-19 have been reminded of the plight of those who live every day without so many of the things that we take for granted each day. And now we know that we must work harder to make sure that they too have every opportunity to succeed that we have. As you've heard, 2020 is a strategic turning point for the global community, and the UNGA Conference 2020 is in the process of strengthening the response of the international community and facilitating collaboration between the UN member states, intergovernmental organizations, and civil society organizations toward a common objective of creating peaceful and inclusive societies where everyone is entitled to undeniable rights without discrimination. There are many facets of this work, and today we'll get started addressing 4 critical areas: responding to the global emergencies and best practices from COVID-19, the new era of online engagement, refugees' rights during the pandemic, and COVID-19 and the right to life prisons. So without further ado, let us get started with our first panelist. And our first panelist is Jeff Schlegelmilch. He's the director of the National Center for Disaster Preparedness at Columbia University's Earth Institute. He was the manager for the international and non-healthcare business sector for the Yale New Haven System Center for Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Response. Mr. Schlegelmilch led a study to determine the requirements for national operational epidemiological, easy for me to say, modeling process, developing and delivering a national training program focused on evacuation and sheltering of people with medical dependencies, and developing new models for community resilience with a focus on children. He's also a FEMA certified master exercise practitioner and has been in a leadership role on numerous discussion and operations-based exercises, including one of the largest municipal bioterrorism response exercises ever conducted. Mr. Schlegelmilch will begin by talking to us about responding to global emergencies and best practices for COVID-19. Mr. Schlegelmilch, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Green, for that introduction, as well as for your thoughts. And thank you to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to share a couple of slides here. So I'm just going to kind of use them to help ground the conversation going through this. So to start out, here are some recent graphics. And I think one of the key things, and that Mr. Green shared as well too, is that this is a very uneven experience with COVID-19. And it is going to continue to be very uneven as well as persistent. This is driven by a lot of things, from ecological conditions to the natural spread of the disease to population density and movement, seasonal effects that aren't fully understood, as well as within communities themselves. This is some data that some various colleagues in New York City put together, my colleagues at the National Center for Disaster Preparedness pulled it together in this report, looking at how marginalized communities, communities that are historically disenfranchised, are bearing a disproportionate burden of this disease. So the experience in New York is that you have an outsized number of cases among African Americans, among Hispanic and Latino populations. These are folks who are historically bearing the brunt of chronic diseases due to structural inequities and structural racism in a lot of policies, and where people live. It predisposes people to outsized effects of disasters, and in this case, infectious diseases. But also amplifying that is it also, these populations were also those who are more likely to be essential workers and have to go to work when many other people could stay home or work remotely and things like that. So there's a social aspect to disease, a social aspect to response that is very inconvenient, but may very well be one of the most important things. Another thing I want to talk about with response is that there's this false narrative out there that you either have to shut down the economy or keep it going, and that you have to do the opposite with the disease, that somehow fighting the disease is bad for the economy. And I want to say that that's actually a false choice. That is not true. And here's some various data. If you look in the top left, it's kind of tough to see, but the US is in the light blue, and a lot of other European countries are the other colors. But essentially what it's showing is that, you know, in comparative countries in Europe, you saw the lockdowns much more aggressively and much more uniformly. And temporarily, it depressed economic activity, and then it bounced back faster than the US. And I know folks are saying that out there we're starting to see a need for more lockdowns. That's the way pandemics work. They come in waves. What's important is that when you get through one wave, what do you do immediately afterwards to keep that transmission low? And how do you prepare for the inevitability of another wave coming down the road? And in this case, controlling disease spread creates options for the economy. It means you can start opening some things up, start traveling with some restrictions, with certain things in place, and for individuals to take responsibility on that. The other piece that you see on the bottom graph is also looking at what are the signals that governments are sending. Are they sending signals that we're in this for the long haul, we're putting together these packages? So in this case, you can see improvements on some of the various stock indices when there was the proposal to the EU on a recovery fund. This is just an example. In the US, we're still sort of mired in debate over a follow-up to COVID-19 funding, with a lot of the benefits running out. So these signals are also very, very important for more certainty for industries, for business, and ultimately for individuals. Some of the indirect effects that we've seen with COVID-19, and I think that's an important thing, and I appreciated Mr. Green's comments in the beginning of the panel about how, you know, it's not just about the illness, it's about the loneliness, it's about not being able to work, being stuck at home, that this has cascading effects across civil society. We see it in statistics for abuse, we see it in loss of traction for other public health threats, increases in STDs, loss of traction in malaria prevention or whatever. And we're also seeing, as unfortunately, we've also continued to see hints of, you know, this further rise in nationalistic tendencies. We're seeing it in the US, you're seeing it throughout the world. You know, we're seeing politicians pushing dubious science, trying to say that improperly tested vaccines are ready to go, and it's a conspiracy that they're not. And this is just unfortunately undermining broader efforts for COVID-19 response. But there is a silver lining. There are some best practices. I like these pictures that sort of show just the visual. It has almost a spiritual effect in terms of seeing what it could be like if we look at climate change, if we look at the impact we're having on our society, and look at what are ways, some things we need to go back to the way they were before, but not everything. We have new tools in remote collaboration and education that are connecting people like never before. Telemedicine, e-commerce, sort of reaching some sectors and reaching some people. It's not a replacement for in-person, never will be, but it does open new avenues of connection. We're seeing investments in healthier buildings in terms of HVAC, cleanliness, the quality of air purification, just better environments. Professional education, we're all learning to be better online collaborators, as well as we've seen a lot of incredible work across sectors, particularly in the biopharmaceutical sectors, in terms of sharing technologies and sharing platforms. And also this re-looking at, domestic and regional production. How much do we really want to move towards the fragility of global just-in-time supply chains? In some cases, that's great. It saves a lot of money. And others, it obviously creates a vulnerability. And when we talk about disasters more broadly, these are two graphics from UNDRR looking at really all disasters across, natural hazards, disasters and natural hazards from about 30 years, 98 to 2017. And this also reinforces, we're used to looking at disasters a certain way, but it's not the whole story. So on the left, you see what is the total cost of disasters. And the vast majority of the countries identified are high income or upper middle income countries, because there's a lot of expensive stuff in the way of disasters. But when you look at what is actually that impact to the overall economy, what is the ability to absorb that, and what is the ratio to that, you look at the same data viewed through a different lens. In this case, what is that cost relative to GDP, to the output of a country's economy? And what you're seeing here is the vast majority are low income or lower middle income countries. They don't throw out the big numbers like the $50 billion disaster, but at the same time, these dollars, this proportion of GDP may be having an outsized effect on that economy. And, we talk about these in dollars and cents or euros or pounds or whatever currency you choose. But at the end of the day, that's just something that we're able to measure. What it really represents is loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, and the human element of these disasters. And I think it's important that we really try to wrap our head around all of it. This graphic may be tough to read, but it's essentially a colleague at another conference focused on urban resilience presented it, and now I've stolen it with citation and presented everywhere else, because it shows all these different definitions of resilience. And when we're talking about resilience and disasters, whether it's to COVID-19, whether it's to weather-related disasters, there's a political component, there's a component of the built environment, of the social environment, of the ecology of where you're living, and all of these various aspects of society come together to formulate resilience. There is no single answer. There is no single person responsible, but it's distributed across all of civil society and requires us to work towards that common goal. Otherwise, you risk focusing all your efforts on the built environment only to fracture the social cohesion and the social connectedness of certain groups. And weather-related disasters, they keep happening. We're seeing our share in the US right now of wildfires, tropical storms, coastal storms, tornadoes, derechos, a sort of weather phenomenon we're seeing more and more of. And this is just to show, in a nutshell, those trends are going up in the US and across the world. And as we're seeing these disasters impact more and more, the way that we've responded, the way that we finance them is continuing to change. There's some interesting look at sort of who pays for it. And in a lot of wealthier countries, you're seeing a lot more insurance take over, sort of spreading the financial risk across more and more places, and across the private sector, sort of increasing access to that recovery. But you're not seeing that so much in developing areas and lower and middle income countries, where that actually kind of assistance could be more important, given, as we saw in the graphic earlier, with the impact to the proportion of gross domestic product. So here's a slide. A number of colleagues have done a bit of research on this. I've had the pleasure of connecting several times with Daniel Aldrich, who studied this in a lot of settings. But actually, there's emerging evidence that these connections matter more than ever, that these inequalities, it's not just a humanitarian issue. It's not just a sort of an ideal state of things, that it's a huge predictor of who lives and who dies, of who recovers and who doesn't. And fostering these connections within a community, neighbors helping neighbors, leads to less death and better health and mental health outcomes. And vertical connections with the government, tend to speed up the recovery process. And we see this in the US, we see it elsewhere in the world. And it's one of these things that as the evidence builds, it's one of those things we know with our hearts, and now we're starting to have the evidence and demonstrating it with our heads and more and more granularity. So with that, I would say, uncertainty is here to stay. We're in a place of uncertainty. We don't know when the pandemic will end. We don't know what the effectiveness of a vaccine will be. We don't know a lot of things. This uncertainty, this is what the coming century looks like. And that building adaptive systems are going to be more successful in the face of uncertainty than planning for one specific event or one specific scenario. As we're seeing with climate change, the past can provide hints at what we're going to see, but it is not a good predictor of what's going to happen, particularly with the increase in extreme weather events. And with that, there's no single indicator of resilience. We need to pull together all of the various aspects of community, and managing uncertainty and adapting to these situations, as I mentioned, is going to be more important than ever in the coming century. So with that, I know we have some other phenomenal panelists, and I look forward to jumping back in and being part of the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Mr. Slagle-Milch, that was absolutely phenomenal. Listening to you talk about these very important things. Specifically, you're talking about the false narrative and, talking about things that we've created essentially as stopgaps that may become permanent. And those are all things that I'm very interested to talk to you some more about that. And we will do that as our program proceeds today. Moving on to our second panelist, Mr. Shiv Vikram Khemka is the vice chairman of the Sun Group Global. He's the executive chairman of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation in India. And he's going to talk to us about the new era of online engagement, evolving economic development and private sector. Mr. Khemka, as I've mentioned, is the vice chairman of Sun Group. He's both operating and investment, working with operating and investment companies active in areas including private equity, renewable energy, oil and gas, high technology, gold mining, and real estate. And Shiv has served on the board of overseers of the Wharton School for over a decade and is currently on the board of the Lauder Institute and the Center for Advanced Studies of India at the University of Pennsylvania. He also serves on Yale's President's Council on International Activities, the Asia Society's Policy Institute's Global Council, and the advisory board of Stanford University's philanthropy. So without further ado, Mr. Khemka will talk to us about the new era of online engagement, evolving economic development and private sector. Sir, the floor is now yours. And just while we're waiting for him to get on with us, get on board here, just a little bit more about what he's been doing. He is also, as I mentioned, a member of the President's Leadership Council at Yale, but he's also working with Brown on the advisory board of the School of Oriental and African Studies and the board of the Judges Institute at Cambridge University. And let's see. I think he's still working to get on with us. I will say, as we proceed through this today, think about your questions. Think about what's on your mind as we look at this. This is a really interesting situation that we're facing as a world, because every single country in the world is facing the very same enemy at the same time. So in order to deal with that enemy, we're going to have to work together. And that's very odd when you're talking about war. We are at war with this COVID-19 enemy, but this is going to require some type of international cooperation that we really have never seen before we can defeat it. At least that's just my thought. So let's check to see if Mr. Khemka is on yet. Okay, I don't think he is on yet. Let's move on to our next panelist while we sort this out and get back to him in just a moment, or in a few moments, I should say. Instead, what we will do is move on to our next panelist, who's Basma Alawi. Basma Alawi, of the Florida Immigrant Coalition. She's a state refugee organizer in the U.S. And refugee rights during the pandemic is what she's going to speak about. Basma Alawi was born and raised in Baghdad. And Ms. Alawi came to the U.S. with her husband as a refugee in 2010, leaving behind her career as an engineer with the Ministry of Oil, with in the government of Iraq. And as a refugee and activist, her stories and activism have been featured numerous times in the media. Most recently, she was nominated to be one of the Athena 40 women in the world who are leading change, and was the recipient of the 2019 One Jacks Humanitarian Award. She was also elected the Florida delegate for the UNHCR Refugee Congress and is a board member of the USA Hello organization, formerly Refugee Center Online, and numerous other nonprofits. Currently, she's the state refugee organizer with the Florida Immigrant Coalition and resides in Jacksonville. Again, Basma Alawi will talk to us about refugee rights during the pandemic. Ms. Alawi, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Green. And I'm going to try to share my screen. Trying.
No problem. This is technology and these kinds of things happen, but you have fabulous stories to tell, whether that works or not.
So I'm trying to see if you can see my PowerPoint, but it seems like I'm seeing. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. We can see it.
Let's see. Okay. So the problem is when I open it, I don't see you guys. So, okay. So I will not be able to see you, but you will be able to see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here. Just a short introduction. I am honored to share and be in the same space with powerful panelists. I also want to thank Mr. Sell, a friend and a community leader in Florida, who invited me to speak at this great panel. I am Basma Alawi, a former refugee who turned to be a refugee advocate within the first year. I got resettled in the state of Florida 10 years ago. Soon later, became a Florida refugee delegate to speak on behalf of all the refugees in the state of Florida. And almost 3 years ago, I entered the human rights field as Florida refugee organizer with We Are All America and housed with the Florida Immigrant Coalition. And just to give a really short introduction about this amazing organization who I am part of, starting with the Refugee Congress, which was founded in 2011 on the 60th anniversary of the Refugee Convention to convene resettled refugees from all 50 states. Today, Refugee Congress is the only national organization in the US led by former refugees like me to advocate for refugees. Refugee Congress members in all 50 states advocate with their elected officials for welcoming communities. And We Are All America, which is I am the Florida refugee organizer with We Are All America in the state of Florida, was founded in 2017 in response to the US cutting its resettlement program to the lowest level ever during the worst international refugee crisis in modern history. We Are All America affirms our historical role as a refugee protection. Works to uphold and strengthen our nation's commitment to welcome and protect those seeking freedom, safety, and refuge in the United States. We organize people across religion and culture differences to build inclusive community where we are all belong. And to go back to our subject, to speak about what's happening in the global now with refugees and give a snapshot about refugees and COVID-19. Today, nearly 80 million people forcibly displaced, more than 1% of the world population. 26 million of them are refugees, more than 4 million asylum seekers globally. Nearly 46 million are internally displaced. Nearly 90% of refugees live in developing and low-income countries with the fastest growing infection rates. What makes refugees more unique during COVID, there is a lot of lacks that we already have, but during COVID, these kind of needs are increased, starting from lack of medical supplies and therapeutic, lack of accurate information about how to protect themselves. Vaccine nationalism may limit access for our communities. And also this kind of population often not included in country-specific pandemic reopen plans. Refugees are impacted not just by COVID, but also by the fear that is causing around the world. As this quote from report by Refugees International shows, the very concept of refuge is under assault. In response to the pandemic, it is estimated that 164 countries across the globe have limited or cut off access to asylum. In some cases, governments have clearly weaponized public health concerns to advance nativist political agenda, and the United States is a case in point. Some examples of organizations who have been responding globally to the crisis of COVID, starting with World Health Organization and UNHCR and the UN Refugee Agency, partnering to strengthen public health services to millions of forcibly displaced people. UNHCR launched a global $255 million appeal to lessen the impact of COVID-19 outbreaks within refugee communities, limited entry into and exit from refugee camps, and efforts to allow refugee professionals within foreign credential to serve as essential health workers. And that's happened in many places like United Kingdom, Peru, and Argentina. To go and visit how is refugees and COVID and all the struggle that's happening for the refugees in the US. So the US has resettled about 3 million refugees since 1980, the signing of the Refugee Act. From the 1980 of 2000 until 2016, the average number of yearly refugee arrival to the US was 95,000. This year cap, it was supposed to be 18,000. We were supposed to bring 18,000 refugees in 2020, but up to date, we have received 9,772, and of course, part of it because of COVID. In this slide, we try to really bring in what kind of impact refugees have faces and asylees have faces during COVID. Starting from physical health, we have higher risk of getting COVID-19 due to the overcrowded housing, underlying health condition, lack of access to healthcare, being essential workers. You may also heard about the outbreaks of the COVID in meat packing plants that many refugees have been affected. When we go to jobs and income, Refugees International found that over 60% of employed refugees work in sectors highly impacted by the pandemic. And refugees have high rates of small business ownership, and small businesses have been deeply affected. Going back to resettled and family reunification, we have decline in refugee admission, means thousands of families in the US are still waiting to reunite with their loved ones. And of course, we should not forget mental health, because refugees have been traumatized by quarantines. And I have written before in the beginning, I think in May, how the quarantine have bringing memories to refugees like me, or even in times of refugees who left war. Other crises in the US have been happening, like the uprising in the response to police violence against Black people, hurricanes and wildfires, and COVID together with these crises are severely increasing stress for refugees. How is the US responding, and what kind of challenging our community have been facing? The government responding, starting with support financially with different kind of act, like the CARE Act, state and local relief funds, eviction moratoriums, and expanding testing availability. But what kind of challenges our community is facing, even though with these great responses? The government relief, even though it's available, but not to all families, so the resources are limited. Refugees face barriers to access resources because of language barrier and fear of accessing these resources. Still challenging with testing and treatment, increased in xenophobia and anti-Asian racism, and lastly, closing the borders. Even though many organizations and community members have been responding, refugees are also responding to all of this. These are my colleagues who work with me alongside around the country. We have many projects have been done around the country that led by former refugees, starting with partnering with local nonprofits. You see George in the picture, partnered with the New York Cares to distribute masks and healthcare information, to emergency response like Dauda in Louisiana with his organization brought humanitarian aid to St. Charles City after the storm, and many other amazing projects that have been led by refugees. And again, we should not forget essential workers, doctors volunteering at COVID testing sites, many refugees and immigrants serving as healthcare workers, teachers, service workers, farm workers, and more. The COVID pandemic has reminded us that we are all interconnected and interdependent. We must use this time to come together, embrace our communities, and work to build a better future. Refugee Congress stands ready and willing. Let's work together to fight against discrimination and for justice. And this is a quote from one of our Refugee Congress delegates. So what we have been learning. There are many lessons that we have been learning, but also there are more to learn later. But for now, these are some of the things that I was able to highlight. One, refugees face unique vulnerabilities and challenges in public health crisis. Refugees are also assets during the public health crisis. Refugees have solution when refugees are allowed to practice their profession through improved routes to certification and license. With their overseas credential, communities benefit from these skills. Expanding economic inclusion benefits everyone. Assistance to refugees enter the labor market and serves in essential worker role as doctor, nurses, caregivers, scientists, cleaners, and more. Benefits everyone. Digital and technology access can be a matter of life and death. Language access needs to expand beyond majority languages spoken. Refugees need assistance navigating the system to access available support and fundings. Investing in former refugees, leadership, and organizing on the ground to essential to producing inclusive policies and practices. And lastly, story sharing and the voices of refugees are important to change making. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Basma. That was very educational in many ways. And there's one thing that you mentioned regarding the concept of the weaponization of this horrible disease against refugees in terms of their movement. And you said the concept of refuge is under assault, and that is certainly something that needs to be fixed. We will come back to that in our question and answer session. Next, I'd like to introduce and thank you, Basma, for that. I'd like to introduce our next panelist as we move on into this process. And I'd like to introduce you to Barak Heilamaz, and he's with Human Rights Solidarity UK, and COVID-19 and the right to life in prison. Turkey's case is what he's going to discuss. Mr. Heilamaz graduated from the University of Maastricht in the Netherlands with a degree in European law, and he earned his master's degree from the University College of London. He focuses his practice within the field of data protection and intermediary liability, fintech compliance, as well as human rights law. His recent works in the field of human rights have been published by several respectful institutions, including the Harvard Human Rights Journal and the Warsaw University Law Review. So without further ado, Mr. Heilamaz, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Share my screen. Hope that works right now. So again, thank you so much, Mr. Green and all panelists for their remarkable thoughts on the impact of the COVID to several aspects of the life. And also thank you for the Journalists and Writers Foundation for organizing this event today. So as experience, the spread and subsequently the impact of the virus is beyond walls. However, in my session, I will take your attention to the situation within the walls, with a specific focus on the reactions of Turkish authorities to the pandemic in prisons. After the announcement of COVID-19 as a global pandemic, the Council of Europe's Committee for the Prevention of Torture, CPT, immediately produced a set of principles for member states to follow in their approach to people who are deprived from their liberty. As one of the signatory countries of the Council's European Convention of Human Rights, Turkey is one of the addressees of these principles. When we analyze the key recommendations within the principles, member states are required to improve the conditions of prisons to the level of international health and safety standards. They are also required to ensure that prisoners have the access to medical care, medical equipment, medical staff at any time. Further, they are required to ensure that any restrictive measure can only be taken if it's necessary and proportionate. Also, they are required to ensure that absolute nature of Article 3 CHR, which is a prohibition of torture and ill treatment, shouldn't be violated. So there is no derogation, limitation, or excuse acceptable if a taken measure lead to infringement of this prohibition. Last but not least, member states, they are required to use alternative means of deprivation, such as early release, probation, house arrest. This is applicable. So the rationale behind this principle is very clear. Any inadequate level of health or safety measures can rapidly lead to situations.
Mr. Helamas, forgive me for interrupting. You're doing a brilliant job here, but there are some papers that are on top of your microphone, and they are making a horrible noise that's drowning you out. So could you please move those papers away from your machine or your microphone? And please continue, sir.
No worries. So after analyzing these principles, it is clear that these principles have one target, which is any inadequate level of healthcare and safety measures can rapidly lead to situations falling within the scope of Article 3 prohibition, namely inhuman and degrading treatment. So the question arises whether the Turkish criminal legal system and also Turkish authorities have achieved to implement these principles enshrined under ECHR as a response to combat with the global pandemic. In early spring, we start to hear COVID cases in prisons throughout the relatives of the detainees who expressed the severe situation in Twitter. However, the first official statement about the spread of the pandemic in prison was made on April 14th, and accordingly, there were 17 confirmed cases and 3 deaths at the time. Another statement came on May 22nd, where it was reported that a total of 82 confirmed cases only in Silivri prison, which is just one prison, and one prisoner had died. However, both opposition parties and also human rights organizations have raised an issue that government has not been transparent about the number of COVID cases in and outside the prison. The People's Democratic Party, for instance, produced a report by also gathering the data from the families and lawyers of prisoners. And in this report, it illustrates that number of cases and death rates in prison is much higher than the official statements, and health and safety measures have not been taken properly. For instance, the report underlines several problems. Wards and corridors, they are not cleaned regularly. Masks, gloves are not regularly distributed in prison. Most of the prisons are suffering from the overcrowded population that also accelerates the spread of the virus. The food service in canteens, for instance, they were stopped, and the quality of food sharply declined, which directly weakened the immune system of prisoners, hence increased their chance of being affected by the virus. Also, when prisoners, they file a complaint in regard to COVID. Instead of enabling medical staff access, authorities automatically gave them a medicine called peliconil, which is actually a medication used to combat with malaria. So temporary solutions are taken. Also, the state website enables to check recent medical situation of the prisoners. However, inmates' relatives and lawyers report that the medicine is providing a misleading information that inmates, it reveals that inmates are taking medical support. However, when they are speaking with the inmates, they understand that these are just temperature checked by prison guardians. So without a doubt, the report illustrates that the fact that Turkey has been practicing a potential violation under Article 3 ECHR by failing to comply with its positive obligation to prevent inhumane and degrading treatment. On the other hand, on April 14, 2020, the government enacted a highly contested amnesty law that enabled the release of around 900 prisoners. It is contested because of several reasons. So first, it categorically excludes all political prisoners facing terrorism-related charges from its scope, which has been the terrorism-related charge that we know is like it's always interpreted broadly by the authorities. Secondly, it only applies to those whose sentence were finalized. Hence, release doesn't include whose trial proceedings at pending. So the amnesty law has been strongly criticized because of its unfair and discriminatory nature, which contradict with Article 2 as well as Article 14 of ECHR. This categorical blanket exclusion prevents the release of an additional 50,000 prisoners, including journalists, human rights defenders, lawyers, activists, and all other political prisoners arrested or convicted with terrorism-related charges. Can Dündar, which is a journalist in an exile, described this unfairness of the bill in Washington Post by stating that a bureaucrat who accepted bribes could be released, while the journalists who reports on the bribery would remain imprisoned. On the other hand, the bill is problematic under Article 6 of ECHR, which is a fair trial provision, because detainees whose case at pending cannot benefit from the amnesty law, and they cannot finalize their proceeding due to either the closure or limited operation of the judiciary. From February to mid-June, Turkish courts had been suspended due to the pandemic and no trials were held. Although the courts have started to operate after mid-June, it is restricted due to the health and safety reasons. So there are limited amount of trials for thousands of delayed proceedings. As a result of this backlog in judiciary, detainees cannot benefit from amnesty law and continuously being deprived from their liberty. In other words, detention, which is supposed to be a legal precaution, has turned into a punishment at the moment in Turkey. So, in a nutshell, when we analyze the reactions of Turkish government to cope with the impact of COVID-19 with a specific focus on prisons, we can detect a couple of potential ECHR infringements. So first, under Article 3 ECHR, Turkish authorities may be found failing to take necessary measures to ensure the right to health of prisoners. Secondly, the enacted amnesty law immensely contradicts with Article 2 in conjunction with Article 14 due to its discriminatory nature as a result of the blanket exclusion of political prisoners. Finally, the enacted amnesty law and the backlog in court proceeding deprive detainees' right to fair trial, which is protected under Article 6 of the ECHR. So thank you so much for listening to me, and again, thank you for the Journalist and Writer Foundation to organize this event and promote the human rights advocacy throughout the world. I wish all participants and audience safe and healthy days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Burak. You said some important things about the food supply and the medical access when it comes to inmates, and I know a little something about this because there's one individual who's been in a prison in Russia for since the late part of 2018, and I do recall when this whole COVID thing started happening, he was given an onion and told that onion, the vegetable or whatever you call an onion, whatever group it's in, would protect him from COVID-19. And obviously, we know that's not true, but those are things that need to be addressed. And hopefully, we'll have time to ask you a couple of questions about that. We have our next panelist with us now, and it is such a great pleasure now to introduce again Mr. Kemke. Mr. Kemke, as I've mentioned and before to you, is the Vice Chairman of Sun Group Global. He's the Executive Chairman of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation in India. And he's going to talk about the new era of online engagement, evolving economic development and private sector. Mr. Kemke, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. I'd like to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for inviting me to be here. And it's a very important moment in history. And I feel that the private sector is going through unprecedented times with the issue of jobs. It is a new era of online engagement, but I think it has considerable risks and some opportunities as well. Most people are working remotely. Over 50% of those in the working population, it is estimated, are working remotely now. And some recent surveys showed that 70% of those people are actually not complaining and believe their efficiency may be going up. Of course, there are about 30% who are unhappy with that in terms of the working population. The other side of it is, of course, many jobs have been lost and many more jobs could be lost depending on how long this recession goes on. And I think that the toll on mental health, on interpersonal relationships, and I think the excess burden on women in terms of dealing with the work from home model are all things that are going to have significant long-term impacts unless we address them sooner rather than later. In terms of education, which our foundation is very focused on, more than 1.2 billion young people are out of school. That's a huge number on the planet that people are now accessing e-learning, e-education is booming. But the reality is that only 59% of the world's population has access to internet. 41% still doesn't have access to the internet. So there's a huge divide, a digital divide that again could have significant repercussions over the next few years unless we are able to deal with that in some thoughtful ways. For us, looking at the world today, the issue that really worries us is that of jobs. How are we going to create enough jobs to deal with the trifecta of effects that are all coming together? The COVID impact on the economy, slowing economies, people losing jobs, people going into the model of a gig economy with very little job stability. And that loss of jobs is also being exacerbated by technology. Technology is also coming in at the same time, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and many other things, which will create many jobs, but are also destroying many jobs at the same time. And I think it's going to be a big challenge for the people that lose their jobs to learn and adapt and reskill for the new economy that is being developed, particularly those mid-career professionals that will find it hard to retool and restructure their knowledge appropriately and fast enough. The world population is growing, and if you take the next decade, we estimate that we need to create 1 billion more jobs. Again, how are those jobs going to be created? The government is pumping, all governments are pumping significant capital into the economy to try and keep growth going, to try and protect their economies, to try and fund public construction projects and other projects. And that will have an effect. But the question is, will it have enough of an effect to counter the significant loss of jobs that we foresee on the planet. COVID itself, we estimate, has caused a loss of about 500 million jobs worldwide. And if you look at the need for another billion jobs on top of that, the creation of new jobs as well, how many of these jobs will come back? There's a real gap there. And we believe that one of the only ways to deal with that gap is actually to encourage entrepreneurship globally, to create a new mindset amongst young people and older people on the planet, that the age of stable corporate employment may be moving to an age of an entrepreneurial mindset where everyone starts to think like an entrepreneur. Everyone starts to encourage collaboration and entrepreneurial sort of cooperation, and to work together, and to not waste resources globally, but to actually team up and to think about best practices in different parts of the world. And rather than trying to just create something on the basis of very little knowledge, to share the knowledge and to try and keep improving on the models that exist out there, whether it is in pure enterprise, venture enterprise, or even in social enterprises. Job creation in countries like India, we need to create 1.3 million jobs a month for the next 30 years. That's a huge challenge. And on top of that, now we have COVID and the slowing down of the economy, borders being closed in many parts of the world. And although governments are valiantly trying to create economic growth through infusions of monetary support into the economy, we believe that actually the key is going to be entrepreneurial energy being unleashed, entrepreneurs working together. We are working with many other foundations to create something called the Entrepreneurship Sports Generation. It's about bringing entrepreneurs together around the world and making entrepreneurship something that's not seen as an elitist province, but something that everyone can participate in. The democratization of entrepreneurship, I would call it, rather like sports is a very democratic architecture around the world. Everyone feels that they can watch, they can play, they can be involved in the sporting architecture around the world, whether it's football, FIFA, the Olympics. We think entrepreneurship should be seen in the same light, where everyone can play, everyone can be involved. And actually, by that collaborative, competitive spirit, we can actually try and restart and give some kind of a fillip to the economy globally to create more jobs. Because that, to me, is the biggest concern in the next 5 to 10 years. And we believe that all of us need to hold hands together to do the best we can to create jobs on the planet. As we all know, entrepreneurs create jobs at twice the rate of corporations. Small and medium-sized enterprises employ the vast majority of people on the planet. Over 90% of the people on the planet are employed by small entrepreneurs. And so I think that we need to do the best we can to find a way not only to encourage global entrepreneurship, get government support behind that, but also to really educate our young people to think with a new mindset for entrepreneurship and an entrepreneurial mindset in whatever they do. I think the age of stable jobs, may be redefining itself. And I think that's what worries us and keeps us up at night. I once again thank everyone very much for giving me the chance to speak. And I look forward to engaging in the question and answer session. Thank you very much, Mr. Green.
Khemka, thank you. And I'm glad you were able to join us, and you had some very interesting and disturbing points that we need to address. 41% of people on the planet with internet that's not good, and that needs to be addressed. So we'll get into that. I'd like the rest of the panelists to please join us. I see you are now, and I'd like to, there are a few questions I'd like to get into, but first, I'll just ask one from myself and then go out to the other questions. All of you, starting with you, Jeff, you mentioned something regarding the uncertainty that we're facing, but you also, all of you, talked about how everything that we've known, essentially, has been changed in some way by COVID-19. So I'm wondering if each of you could just briefly announce or just briefly address what you think that's taken place during COVID-19 that might be a good thing to keep. And I'll start with you, Basma.
This is actually a question that was discussing the other day with some of the people who I have met during COVID. Actually, it's really important that things that we didn't know about, that we can really create a bigger global community from home. Yes, we have been working locally with refugees and immigrants community. We have been locally working with many organizations, even nationwide. But I felt during COVID and during the quarantine, we were able to make more connection, bring in more stories, and nothing limits us because here we are. We can be all together with less expense of flight and staying overnight. And for me, like as a refugee, I see all this, even though it's a great connection, but sometimes it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of money on a 30-minute conference that you need to attend. So to me, it's there's a lot of saving, it's happening, but in the same time, a lot of connecting with people outside your community.
Okay, let's get Jeff. You were the first person to throw that out there, so let's get back to you on that. You talked about this uncertainty, and you also talked about everything that's been done, pretty much being a stopgap, but some of it should be kept. What are your thoughts on what we keep?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, our ability to deal with uncertainty and imprecise information, right? Everything from, there's a lot that's still not known about COVID-19, but yet we know enough to know that it's a good idea to do it, like wearing a mask. What is the exact benefit of that? What is the exact sort of, but we know that by layering these different interventions, we have a pathway forward, we have different options. And that's really the key to managing uncertainty. When you manage certainty, you come up with checklists and you come up with procedures and you follow them. When you are managing uncertainty, you're trying to create options that you can exercise in the future as more information becomes available, but also working backwards. What information do you really need? So, there's information all over the place on how long COVID-19 lasts on surfaces. Is it a day? Is it 2 hours? Is it 3 days? Depending on the surface, depending on the conditions. But what are you going to do differently? Are you going to stop washing your hands if that number is 2 days instead of 3? You're still going to wipe things down. You're still going to wash your hands. So I think that this acclimation to uncertainty is something that's going to benefit us for a lot of different aspects of the coming century and the different kinds of disasters, including biological, but many others that we're going to continue to face.
Yeah, thanks. Barak, what are your thoughts?
So, more or less, as a response to both questions, actually, on the one hand, there are lots of imprecise information that we are dealing with. Even in Turkey's example, it's made by the authorities. But on the other hand, as Basma stated, there are also several options to connect with each other, such as Twitter journalism is one of the information that before preparing my documents for this presentation, I had also opportunity to talk with one relatives of the inmates through the Twitter. So that's also one of the, if there's any positive aspect of the global pandemic, is also we are more connected, that even my for instance grandma, she's using the Twitter right now to get the information that she needs.
Okay, Mr. Kemka.
I think that just to reiterate, what Barak just said, I think we're not going to go back to the age where we're not used to and being comfortable working online. So I think that's a big thing, where we are so comfortable now working online, working with people all over the world, as Basma said, connecting with everyone and learning online. I think that's a new world we've all entered, every age, every generation. And I think that's something we're going to keep. But I do think that for me, the greatest thing is learning to be, stationary, to be with oneself, to be with one's close ones, to take the time, as you said, Mr. Green, right at the beginning, that it's an opportunity that we shouldn't waste. It's an opportunity to learn really what it means to be with ourselves and to value things that perhaps we didn't value as much as we should have in the days when we took everything for granted.
Yeah, I can certainly say that talking with the four of you today has really turned a page in my life. I know a lot about what happens in the world, but the problem is I'm moving so fast, I just don't have the opportunity to digest the important nuggets of each element of it. And I think our people that have joined this seminar today are really benefiting from this, because we've got some pretty good questions here. And here's one. This question comes from Sasha Butler, and she says, intercultural and global competence is at the core of the United Nations focus on global citizenship, education for an interconnected and interdependent global society. The question is, what do you believe are the short-term and long-term implications of this COVID-19 emerging neo-nationalist mindset on youth and young adults? And I'll start with you on this particular question, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, one of the most useful pieces of information that I've seen was actually a roundup of the behavioral sciences and looking at both all the way down to the individual as well as to the cultural level on just sort of different ways of approaching this. On cultures with more of a collective identity, it's going to be easier to ask for sacrifices to individual freedoms, whereas for a greater good, whereas that's going to be a lot harder in other societies. And I think we're seeing that, you know, it's really an inflection point on all of this. Pandemics really exploit divisions in our politics and divisions in our societies, and unfortunately we're seeing that take place. I think it's important to recognize both. This is, I guess, kind of a lame answer, but I'll give it anyway. I think on the one hand, we need to call out nationalism. We need to call out these very damaging behaviors when we see them, but we also need to celebrate what's going well. We need to celebrate where communities are coming together and leading the way. I appreciated Mr. Kemke's remark as well too about the entrepreneurial spirit. It's this this entrepreneurial attitude from communities that are actually going to shine a light on how we approach this globally. And so I'm grateful actually for all my colleagues here today who have helped shine a light on a lot of the good things that are going on, as well as a lot of the challenges.
Yeah, and Mr. Kemke, you mentioned this horrible number of people that aren't able to access the internet. And we know that young people are probably impacted more so than others because a lot of learning takes place online now. Kids need internet to do homework. What are your thoughts on that particular question about how this, the long-term and short-term impacts of this neo-nationalist mindset and just the downside of what the impact it's having on youth and young adults?
I think it's a very real problem and a real worry. You know, for us to become insular and to think just about our small world, I think is very dangerous in a world which faces really global challenges. Climate change is a global challenge. Refugee crisis is a global challenge. I think there are many, many global challenges. The pandemic is a global challenge. And if we retreat into sort of towers of protectionism, I think we're going to face a much harder time adapting and fixing and dealing with the world that's going to emerge for the next generation. So I think we need to do everything to create a sense of, you know, one humankind, global citizenship. I'm a great believer in global citizenship and think that we need to understand that no man is an island. We're all connected. We're all together. We need to all uplift the world together. You know, a planet where 8% of the world has 83% of the world's wealth is not a planet that can be sustained. You know, we need to correct these inequities in whatever way we can, and we need to work together to do it. So I think it's a real threat.
Yeah. Barack, your thoughts on that question?
So yeah, my thoughts, like the Jeff, like you've been in like war zones, so like to my understanding, like the military like strategy, if there's a one common enemy, then like even though like there's a disparity within the society, you are like becoming a unitary. So like you're establishing a one enemy to fight for. So in this like example, the enemy is the COVID-19. However, the question is the sustainability. Are we going to redefine the enemy as neo-nationalistic thinking, or like are we going to redefine the enemies like another like problems that like we are seeing, like for instance like discrimination? So the question is the sustainability, but like since like we are experiencing a practice right now to fight for a common enemy, then I think that we will proceed with the next steps.
Okay. Basma, we've seen really horrible pictures of children who are refugees, certainly within the last decade. We've always seen these pictures. But now in the age that we live in, there are more cameras out there all over the world, and we're seeing more pictures, and it's heartbreaking when you see this. So give me your view on how this whole process, all of this right now, is impacting young adults and young people, especially the refugees.
I think from this perspective, or as a mother who have two girls, one of them is middle school and the other is third grade, COVID has just challenges everyone. It challenges many governments. We thought, even as the U.S., that we have it all. We know it all, but it's every school have been challenged. Every kid have been challenged. I never imagined that my kid, who is in third grade, can access Zoom, and now she's able to teach me how to use it. I am challenged, like I'm facing a challenge every single day. It's because as much as I am a person who always like my kids not to be exposed that much to the computer and to the internet, but now it's a must. They spend a lot of their time during the day that they need to really face the computer and work. And in my mind, talking about wasting, we are printing so many papers because the school system are not ready to do online school. Youth, it's a different challenge than challenges we lived before. Talking about refugees who have already ESOL problem and and they are already struggling inside the school, and now they need to take it further to work from home. Most of our families, their parents really struggling learning English, and now they are trying to help their kids at home to really finish the school year and be able to really go to the next level. Many of them failing because there is no system in place, and everyone trying. So I think the challenge is different varied from a community to another, but definitely I focusing on the ESOL students and the youth who come so new to a new country and a new home, and they need to work from home and not connect with others. It's a really big challenge. How this could solve, I think we talked about it in the beginning. We need really technology to reach out the 40%. I mean, someone just shared 41% of the world have no access to the internet. I mean, this is really a big challenge that we're gonna need to face from now on. And again, not investing in the health system, another challenge that now we are seeing. But we are always good on investing in weapons and wars and these kind of things that produce more refugees and immigrants.
My microphone here. So we've laid out, and you've done an amazing job, but you're used to amazing anyway. You folks are some of the brightest and best out there on all of these topics, and you've done an amazing job of laying out these problems and these troubles that we face. I'd like to hear from each of you before our time runs out today, a solution, something that you think needs to be done and can be done to mitigate or to fix some aspect of the elements you've talked about. Barak, I'd like to start with you. You talked about the food supply, medical access, and these problems that exist for inmates. Any thoughts on how to address that?
So first of all, the international, what I know, like in Turkey, international community makes a huge contribution to solving the issue. So one of the advantage of the COVID solidarity, let's say, we can increase the pressure on governments that they are not, if they are not doing their jobs in a proper way, then because of the pressure, it may lead them to voluntarily or involuntarily to do what their positive obligations are. So it can be one of the solutions.
Jeff, you talked about the responding to global emergencies and best practices from COVID-19, and you've thrown a number of things out there that we need to deal with and to handle. What would you say would be the number one solution to the issue, or something in the area of the issues that you've spoken about today that you'd like to leave the audience with?
I think most importantly, it's to engage the communities because it's communities that are getting us through this pandemic. And even in areas where we see a lot of failures at very high levels, it's at the community level where they're figuring out the schooling process in some places better than others. They're figuring out manufacturing, they're figuring out how to get things done. And I think when we try to look for a one-size-fits-all approach, we always fall short. When we try to impose solutions on communities, we a lot of times make things worse. But in addition to that, we starve ourselves of the ingenuity occurring on the front lines where people are working their way through this. So to invest in bringing communities to the table, invest in responses that are maybe more expensive and take more time, but account for the people that are living through them, I think we'll get some ideas that we haven't even thought of yet for some of the biggest problems in some of the smallest of places.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Khimka. Shiv, would you share your thoughts on one thing that we could do, a solution that would fix some of this massive problem that we have out here today?
Thank you, Mr. Green. Well, I think everyone's trying to do their best in many ways, from governments to corporations and so on. We, in our small way, are trying to do the same thing. We believe that with young people, it's very important to focus them on what can be, on a positive mindset. We're working in 190 countries with our foundation now. We've got hundreds and maybe thousands of young people volunteering to create an ecosystem that will encourage young people to be entrepreneurs. We've collected about $1 billion of prizes to give to these young people as they create these opportunities. We've brought all the sports teams in the world to become part of it, to be like the big brothers or big sisters, to encourage people to create some fun in their lives, and to do it all online. So in the next 3 months, we hope to have 250,000 applications to give away $1 billion to young people around the world who are trying to make a difference, trying to create some enterprise to solve some problem. And for us, it's not about us doing it. It's about all the people we meet doing it together, all coming together, activating communities, as Jeff said earlier, and really being compassionate and thinking about, not just their own problems, but when you think about the problems at large, your own problems often seem much more manageable and much easier to handle. And so I think we're trying to lift people's eyes and say, look, it's not just a time of problems, it's also a time of opportunities. Let's try and lift the skies with 1,000 hands rather than each one trying to do it on their own.
Okay. I'm being told we're running out of time, but we've had a great time today. And Basma, I would love to hear some more from you, but unfortunately, we're running out of time. But I did get a great comment from someone that said that was a wonderful presentation on refugees. It's opened our eyes and minds to the challenges they face and the opportunities to tap into their talents. And please keep doing the work that you're doing and keep it up. All of you, thank you. You all are movers and shakers, and you're moving and shaking at a time when the world needs it. If there's any time the world has ever needed to be flat or equal, it's now. And you all are doing exactly what it takes to make it that way. So I want to thank you all again for joining us and being with us on this program today. And I myself am very grateful to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for having us all here. And hopefully we will join again and connect offline and continue this work, this very important work. And thank you all again for being here. And I wish you the best and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Our journey has not ended. It has been a very fruitful and with so many information to digest, with so many stories to learn about. As the Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners, I would like to reiterate our commitment to inclusive, transformative, and achievable UN development agenda for humanity and the planet that will help achieve our global mission of leaving no one behind. Today's conference was a success in many different ways. We had 21 speakers from 11 countries, over 350 participants from 30 plus countries, 35 global partners from 24 countries. I want to thank our global partners for their leadership, dedication, and courage. this event wouldn't be possible without their support. I also want to thank two special individuals who have worked tirelessly to put this conference together for more than 6 months. They are the champions behind the scene. I want to thank our US Director, Cemre Ülker, and our Communications Director, Esra Aydın, who made this event a success. Now, I would like to close this event with a final announcement. Tomorrow on Thursday, September 24th, 2020, we will have the Pioneers in SDGs Awards ceremony that will pay tribute to outstanding individuals and organizations contributing to sustainable peace and development through innovative and creative projects. We would like to invite you to join us at this important award ceremony tomorrow, which will be held via Zoom from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I thank you for attending the UNGA conference, and we look forward to seeing you next year, UNGA Conference 2021, in person in New York. Now, we would like to end today's event with the performance from the youth from the Cage-Free Voices, Great A Human to Viral. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Matthias! In the throes of injustice, death plays. Novocaine in your veins, numb to being alive, soul shut up by your mind. Thoughts of suicide, barely reading the signs that God has made. But your debt has been paid, future appraised, fearfully and wonderfully grade A human. Top-notch quality. Maybe you're finished strong, no, it's not a probably, you're honestly closer than you believe. The gunshot rang and you thought it was sent to grieve and cause problems, not realizing it was ammunition to have you running to solve them. The race has started, and if you finish, you'll be rewarded. Even McCormick understands there are seasons. Shaken up, tossed about, your salts mixed up for a lot of reasons. Your rebirth makes the earth travail. Extra, read all about it.
What can I do with all of this in my head?
Teen struggling with distant learning.
The adrenaline is pushing like my life is about to end.
50% of students attending class today.
And my blood is flowing with my melanin in hand.
Mental health, counselor, or silence.
God said that there is a promised land.
Does he talk, or is it silence?
And right now, it seems like it was all a dream.
Class participation grade 0.
2020 or 2020, what a year. Everyone sitting at home in fear as coronavirus swept across the world beneath a problems world. People felt sick, deaths were rampant, not just in my country, but all over the world. Hooray, there's a way out. Once we back to stop the breakout. Testing, tracing, and isolation measures have been taken to manage the epidemic. We have the responsibility to halt the knockout. Just listen before you jump out. Wash your hands often. Wear your nose mask. Use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Above all, keep a cheerful heart. And the world will be rid of COVID-19. Thank you.
Corona can't stop my drip. Corona can't stop my flex. Spit it back with a stimulus check. Got a check, I ain't even need a check. Graduate, came down and I did. Turn my crib to a gym, no flex. Oh, well, have me hit my dance. Had to close down my crib, big bang. 6 feet. Expired in the air. Got a mask and the gloves for the gear. Hey, my don't rush challenge real quick. Hey, my close back up, cause you know I ain't going nowhere. Strike that pose. Wow, strike that pose. No peace, no justice. It's not equal if you know you don't trust us. Equity, not equal. It don't matter if you exclude people. Got a 5-year plan for the SDGs. Partners overseas for the change we see. UNGA Conference 2020.
And just when you think this quarantine is over, wait till you hear that Black children lost their own mothers.
Obeying the laws, staying in, going out, mask on, mask off, 1 foot, 6 feet, to clean or not to clean.
The point of what I'm saying is that people need to think about actions.
Pandemic or rapture.
Not just for a laugh or just satisfaction.
To be me or not to be me.
Cages confined until we realize lies that disguise and hide these eyes from seeing the true picture. The great, mad,
in the mirror. Matthias!